Anything we need to take up before we bring jury in? You ready with your next witness? Yes. Anything you know of we need to take up before we bring jury on?
Oh, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We're ready when they're ready. All right, let's all be seated. Good morning, folks. How are you this morning? All right, I'm going to look at everybody. Tell me you're okay or not okay, up or down or silent. Okay, good to see you all this morning. When you all come into the courtroom, you can sit down. We're standing up for you all. You don't have to stand up for anybody in this trial. Okay, that's kind of the way it goes. Let me ask you this. Did everybody follow and obey the instructions that have been given to you? Has anybody been approached in connection with the trial? Okay. Any problems at all? Everybody's feeling good today? Okay. Looks like we're ready to go. Gentlemen, call your next witness. Gary Bolden.
Sir, your name is Gary Bolden?
Yes.
Okay, and were you asked to examine a tire related to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that, can we go begin by you telling the jury your educational background?
Yes. I received a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering in 1971 from the University of Akron.
Okay. How long a program was that?
It's a 5-year program consisting of course, the educational material as well as on-the-job training.
Okay. Would you tell us about your career in the field of tire technology?
Yes. I've been in the tire industry for about 43 years. I started back in 1970 with Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company as a quality control engineer. And in that position, I was responsible for checking machine setups, material accuracy, and examining the finished product for defects. I became familiar with all of the operations in the manufacturing process of tires in that position.
Okay, and after you left Goodyear, where did you go?
Well, after I left Goodyear, I also had a couple other responsibilities with Goodyear. I was also a quality control engineer on the corporate staff. In that position, I was responsible for monitoring the quality programs in the various manufacturing plants around the country. I would escort our customers that would come in and they would want to monitor our quality systems in the various production plants. So I would accompany them and help them through that. And I would also process quality data that came in from the plants for upper management.
Okay.
After that, I was transferred to Kelly Springfield in Freeport, Illinois. Kelly Springfield was a subsidiary of Goodyear, and in that position I was a quality control engineer in the plant, so I was responsible for taking care of all of the quality checks that were made in the plant. I also developed quality check systems for a new technology that was coming online, such as X-ray. We would sample tires and actually X-ray them, so I developed the standards for looking at those X-rays to determine whether a tire was good or bad. Also, we had machinery that would actually measure the force variation in the tire as it was mounted on a rim and running inflated. And that was new technology, and I also helped in developing those standards as well. After that, I was transferred to the Kelly Springfield corporate headquarters in Cumberland, Maryland. I was there for 13 years in various positions. Primarily, the one that was most important to me was when I started getting into failure analysis of tires. And in that capacity, I was trained to identify failure mechanisms and modes, and I would also actually examine tires that were involved in litigation.
Can I stop you one second? Can you explain what failure mechanisms and modes are for the jury?
Yes, there are tires fail for many different causes, and so the most common failure mode would be run flat or over deflected operation, and that's where a tire would actually lose inflation pressure while it's in operation and either blow out or just go flat. So I would have to examine the tire to see what caused the loss of air pressure.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just thought that was a foreign term that they might like to hear a little bit more about. Would you please continue about your experience?
Yeah, and there are other failure modes as well. You know, mounting incidents where a tire is overinflated to seat the beads on the rim, and the tire can actually explode and cause serious injury or even death.
Yes, sir.
So then I went to the corporate headquarters in Cumberland, Maryland. I was there for 13 years, and that was the primary position that I enjoyed the most and which I continued in for basically the rest of my career in the industry. After that, I transferred back to the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company as a quality contact engineer. In that position, I was working with several original equipment customers to deal with any quality issues that they had with our product.
Were those car manufacturers?
Yes, they would be car manufacturers. Honda, BMW, Audi. There were several. Teledyne, which is a truck manufacturer. So I would help them if they had any issues with our product, and we would examine or delve into the issues that they had. If they had to go to the manufacturing plants, we would do that and try to resolve any of those issues.
Okay. Yes, sir. After you were in quality assurance in Goodyear, did you stay with Goodyear?
Yes, I continued with them, and I went into as a principal engineer in product analysis, and in that I was solely dedicated to examining tires involved in litigation, property damage or personal injury that occurred with our product, with the Goodyear tire, and I would analyze them, report on them, and if it went to trial or into litigation, I would assist the attorneys, explaining them the causes and so forth of the issue and help them, and then I would also testify in court.
Okay. Did you ultimately retire from Goodyear?
Yes, I retired from Goodyear with 30 years of service, and I went to an independent test lab, Standards Testing Labs.
And what were your responsibilities at the testing lab?
My responsibilities there were essentially the same as when I left Goodyear, but with the added experience of delving into testing and trying to replicate failures that occurred in the field. So that was a very interesting and challenging aspect of my employment. We also got into the vehicle controllability studies. We were actually able to prepare tires to fail in the same mode that they occurred in an accident. We could have them throw a tread and belt at a predetermined speed, put them on a replicate vehicle, and demonstrate that the tire was, or that the vehicle was controllable after the failure.
And all these testing procedures that you performed over the years, did you test tires that had encountered road hazards?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. So in your position at Standard Testing Lab, were you asked to examine the tire in this case?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me, back up. I said that a little too early. Have you ever qualified as an expert in court and testified as an expert in tire technology?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times?
In court, I would estimate, well, I've been retired now for over 10 years, so it's a long time ago. But I would estimate maybe 40 times in court, either federal court or state court in a number of states. I've testified in California, Alaska, Pennsylvania, Florida, New Jersey, Ohio, and I'm sure there are others, Texas.
Yes, sir. Tender the witness for Wardaughter to defense.
Yes, just a question or two. Good morning, Mr. Bolden.
Good morning.
Are you an engineer?
Yes.
Do you know what a professional engineer is?
Yes.
Are you a professional engineer?
No.
Could you explain the difference between a professional engineer and an engineer?
Well, an engineer is anybody that has gone through engineering studies in a secondary education, college. A professional engineer is one that is actually certified by a state entity.
Does it involve a rigorous accreditation for a professional engineer?
There is an accreditation process. I'm not really familiar with it.
Okay. You've not been through that accreditation?
No, there really isn't an accreditation or a professional classification for tire engineers.
But you're familiar with the term or the professional engineer or a PE?
Yes.
And that's a designation that is different than engineer?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
State tenders the witness as an expert for the purpose of giving opinion in the field of tire technology, Your Honor.
You won't be heard on that, Mr. Travis.
That's all I have. No objection.
Okay. Court will accept witness as an expert. Tell me again specifically the field that you...
As my understanding is tire technology.
That's their characterization, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Sir, I'm having the bailiff hand you a document on. Oh, it's all right.
Yes, sir.
Asking the bailiff to hand you a document and ask you if you recognize any signatures on that page, sir.
Yes, that's my signature.
Can you tell the jury what that document is?
It's a notice of receipt of a tire and wheel. I believe it's the tire and wheel that's involved in this case.
Yes, sir. Did you examine any other tires on behalf of Dyer County Sheriff's Office?
No.
Okay. Make that exhibit to his testimony, Your Honor.
Exhibit?
Yes, sir.
That's going to be, it'll be admitted as exhibit number 20, I believe. I'm getting an idea on that.
Okay, what were you hired to do regarding the tire in this case? Mr. Bolden?
As with any tire that would come into our facility, I was responsible for examining the tire, doing a completely non-destructive examination of the tire, and to establish why the tire failed.
Okay. Can you go over the first one? Would you describe the tire that was delivered to you? And we are putting up photographs for your assistance. If you want to illustrate.
Yeah, it was a Michelin cross-terrain size P235 65 R18, and it was had the serial number, if I can find it. Yeah, serial number AP6J 5PXX 3708, which means it was manufactured in Oklahoma, Ardmore, Oklahoma, by Michelin Tire Company, and the 37th week of 1978.
Excuse me, can you look again at that? Are you sure it's 1978, sir?
2008, I'm sorry. 2008, I'm sorry.
Okay. Please just describe to the jury your examination process of the tire.
Okay. It's basically all non-destructive. I would take the tire under highlighting, examine all of the surfaces, do a visual and tactile examination. Tactile by meaning I would run my hands over it, examine all the surfaces of the tire on the exterior and interior of the tire, and then look at any conditions in the tire that I would deem abnormal or unusual.
Okay. Did you start with perhaps assigning or aligning the tire and then inspecting it from there?
Yes. First, I would identify the tire on the sidewalls by marking it with clock positions.
Okay.
Where I would take the serial number, designate that as 12 o'clock, and then have 3, 6, and 9 as if you were looking at a clock face. And then on the opposite side of the tire, I would mark it the same way, except the clock face would be in reverse, so that positions on the serial and non-serial side would correspond.
Okay. Would you look at the, can you see that?
Yes.
Can you describe what we're seeing there?
Yeah, that's the, I think that's the serial number. Yes, that's the serial number.
Okay. And what clock number did you assign on the serial number?
12 o'clock.
Okay.
Also got this screen over here.
Oh, yes, yes it is.
Back so you can see.
Thank you.
Can you see better with this one as opposed to that?
Actually better with that one.
Okay. Okay. What did you examine the tread on this tire?
Yes. I would also designate the tread, which is the surface of the tire that actually comes in contact with the pavement. And in this, I think it was a 5-rib design. And what we're looking at right there is the shoulder.
Oops, 1 too many for that.
Here's my report. Yes, that's it doesn't show on the screen, does it?
We can see it.
Can you?
Yes.
Okay, but it's there. It is. Yeah, you can barely see it. That's the rib 5, and my comments on that were that there were abrasions over the shoulder on rib 5, on both the trailing and leading edges.
Okay, was there any significance of those abrasions, sir?
Well, yes, those are abrasions that would not normally occur if the tire was operating in a proper condition. It comes as a result of being underinflated or running flat.
Okay. The next one. Did you find any abnormalities in the tire that you would not expect to find normally in a tire?
I didn't see any design or manufacturing defects at all. Everything seemed to be properly made and designed and fabricated. But one thing I did observe was a screw that was in groove number 3 at the 10:45 clock position.
Okay, and where, as in relation to the tread surface, was this screw?
Well, the screw was slightly below the tread surface.
Okay, and does that have any significance to you in your examination?
Yes. When a object punctures the tire in the tread area, it will actually rebound as it goes through the tire because of the elastic nature and the structure of the tire. That object will actually rebound slightly and be above the tread surface. There's no way to get below the tread surface because the tread ribs on either side prevent the thing from going lower than the ribs.
Okay. Did the serial sidewall exhibit any kind of distortions?
Yes, the serial sidewall, we have that picture.
Next one, there.
Okay, that is actually the bead area. You see a lot of rubber crumbs and abrasion near the bead and some heat discoloration, which is that kind of bluish color that you can see in the photograph.
What does heat discoloration signify to you, if anything?
Well, it's a discoloration that's caused by high temperatures, which would not normally occur in the tire, and the way that occurs is either with friction or over deflection, which generates heat.
And what is over deflection, sir?
Over deflection is when a properly inflated tire, when it's mounted and loaded, will have just a slight bulge in the sidewall where it contacts the pavement. That's normal. But if the air pressure gets low, that bulge becomes more extreme. So instead of being like this, it would collapse like that. And so you get more flexing in the tire structure, and that flexing generates heat. And that heat in turn causes the oils in the rubber compounds to come to the surface, creating that bluish coloration.
Yes, sir. Did you notice anything about the balance weight impressions with this tire?
Let's see. There were, I think, 2 balance weight impressions.
Was there a wheel flange impression?
Well, there were two balance weight impressions on the serial side bead at one at 230 and one at 245.
Now, is that what we're seeing here, sir?
They're right, yeah, there's one right there.
Okay.
And then there's a second one right there. And those balance weight impressions actually occur from the balance weight that is clipped to the wheel flange of the wheel. And they press against, actually the tire is mounted on the wheel flange and presses against that clip, and it leaves an impression in the tire.
Is that significant in this case?
Well, not particularly, but you would expect perhaps a more definite or deeper impression than we see here because of the damage in the tire.
Okay, take the next one. Okay, did the non-serial sidewall show any damage, sir?
Yes, you can also see there are abrasions in the sidewall, but there's also the heat discoloration in the lower sidewall, right through there.
Is that the bluish tint that we see?
That is the bluish tint, and that also is generated from over deflection.
Okay. Go to the next one. Were you able to examine the inner casing of the tire?
Yes,
Okay, did that yield any information to you?
definitely. This is damage that occurred from running completely flat. In other words, all of the air pressure in the tire was gone, so that the sidewalls actually, if you look at the bulge in the sidewall, it would actually collapse. So those two surfaces are rubbing together as it rolls through the contact patch on the pavement.
Now, can you point out the run flat damage that we're seeing in this picture?
Well, yeah, it's pretty obvious to see you see there's like an oblong area there, and then one at the bottom of the photograph. That what actually has occurred there is the inner liner. Now, the inner liner is a specially compounded component of the tire that if you're as old as I am, you remember when we had to have tubes in tires. Well, a long time ago, they went to tubeless tires, so you don't need a tube because you have an inner liner that's specially compounded in the inner surface of the tire, so it prevents air from migrating out of the tire and into the tire structure and out to the atmosphere. So that has been torn away and abraded away from the running totally collapsed, and it's actually exposing the first ply cords. The skim stock which is the rubber that coats the reinforcing plies, the ply cords, has been abraded away as well. So you can actually see ply cords in there and in there.
Do you have an estimate based on the damage you saw to the tire you see on the screen here, how far that tire had been driven while the tire was without air while it was flat?
Well, it wouldn't take very long. With a totally collapsed tire, you can create that kind of damage in less than a mile.
Okay, and once the inner lining is damaged like that, what does that do to the total integrity of the tire structure?
Well, once that inner liner is stripped away, there's no way that the tire can operate. If for some reason you would try to remount that tire in that condition, the air pressure would actually go directly into the tire casing. The ply cords, which are polyester cables, acts as a conduit for the air, the pressurized air, to get into the structure of the tire, and the tire would if you reinflated it, you would have multiple leaks because of small cuts and so forth that occurred in normal operation of the tire. You would have to actually have air escaping in numerous places around the tire.
That one, yes. Can you tell us what we're seeing here, sir?
Yes, that's on the interior surface of the tire where the screw actually penetrated the tire casing.
And does the orientation of the screw in the tire have any significance to you, sir?
Yes, it does. It was oriented in a perpendicular perpendicular to the tire tread.
Can you explain to us what that means?
So if you look at a tire and you look at, say this is the tread surface, the nail went in, straight in through the tire and penetrated the other side. So it went in a straight fashion like that.
What damage, if any, did this screw cause to the tire?
Well, of course, it created a localized breach of the liner. But the nature of a tubeless tire, because of its structure, will tend to seal around any kind of a puncturing object temporarily. As the tire would continue in service by repeated contact with the pavement, the puncturing object would start to rock back and forth as it passed through the footprint of the tire. And that would actually wear, eventually causing a leak. And as use continued, that leak would increase as the hole got larger.
Now, would that happen in this case? Because you told us earlier that the screw head was beneath the tread.
Yes, you would still have contact with the pavement because you can actually see the head of the screw has road abrasion on it.
Is this what we're discussing?
Yes, there is actually road abrasion on that screw. It's not extensive, but it's there, and you can actually see where it is actually chipped away a little bit of the edge of that adjacent rib right there. So as it goes through the footprint, it will actually have slight movement. And I would say that at say 40 miles an hour, that screw would pass through the footprint of the tire 8 times per second. So it doesn't take very long for additional damage to occur.
Okay. I was going to ask you that. Can you have any estimate from how far that tire had been driven with the screw in it based on the damage you see to the screw head?
Yeah, I would say it was less than a mile, for sure.
And after you did your physical examination of the tire and wheel, did you have some conclusions as to the damage the tire sustained?
Yes. My first conclusion was that there were no defects in manufacturing of the tire.
Why is that important to ascertain first?
Well, you have to establish that so that you can't blame the manufacturer of the tire for the failure.
Sure. Did you have other conclusions?
Yes. My second conclusion was that the tire actually didn't fail. It ran flat. In a normal puncture and over deflection failure, the tire will actually blow out. The structure of the tire will actually fail and expel the remaining air pressure explosively.
Is that what
That didn't happen here.
A blowout?
Yes, this would be commonly called a blowout. This didn't occur. And actually, I recently saw a photograph of the vehicle with showing the failed tire.
I'm handing you a photograph which has previously been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit, part of State's Exhibit 1. Is this the photo you're referring to, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that photo signify to you, or what does it tell you about the tire in service?
Well, what happened was because of the complete collapse of the tire on itself, there was no air pressure left in it. So it actually unseated from the outside wheel flange.
Can you, if you can demonstrate that to the jury as best you can?
Yes, as you can see, it came loose from the wheel, from the outside, which means that in the operation of the vehicle, the stresses that were exerted on the tire actually pulled the tire off the seating portion of the rim.
Would there be any kind of extraordinary driving maneuvers necessary to cause that?
Well, that would occur in a left-hand turn. This was on the right front of the vehicle. So in a left-hand turn, all of the stresses are on the right side of the vehicle. So it would tend to push the tire off of the rim.
Okay. In your opinion, did the screw in this tire cause it to lose the air pressure you've described?
No, I don't think so.
Would you explain your conclusion?
Well, because of the condition of the material around the screw in this tire, there was no evidence that the screw had worked and created a severe enough leak. It would probably be a very minor leak at first, and it never got beyond that stage.
Do you have an opinion how long it would have taken this puncture of the tire with the screw to cause the deflation that we've seen on the tire?
I would say probably 20, 30 miles.
Okay. Let's get back to this screw being, you said, oriented perpendicularly. Do you have an opinion whether it's possible for a screw to have entered the tire, or a screw to enter a tire while in service in that perpendicular fashion?
In my opinion, it's not possible.
Okay. Do you have a way of demonstrating that to the jury?
Yes, if I could draw a picture.
Your Honor, may we visual aid?
Absolutely. Beg pardon? Yes. Yes. You need to get around where you can see a little better.
So actually, to get a penetration, you have to have it standing upright in some fashion or other. Even if this were tilted, as you would roll over it, it would flatten down. So it has to catch the tire in a way so that it actually forces, as the tire rolls over the object, it actually has to force it into the tire.
If there were a crevice of some sort that the nail had, or the screw had rested in, would that be possible to cause the perpendicular?
No. No, there just isn't any way, even if it was in some other orientation, it would, the other way would be to just flatten the tire, flatten the object out, or flip it one way or the other. It has to be proved erect in the pavement to actually pierce the tire.
How about objects that maybe are bouncing on the road or something like that? If an object had been, maybe a previous vehicle had run over it and caused it to come up off the road in some manner, do you have an opinion as to whether that could come in?
Well, bouncing around, you have to have the tire pressing it against a stationary object. You can't, it's, flying through the air, it's not going to do anything.
Is that the end of your illustration?
Well, the other thing that I'd like to comment on is the fact that it's unusual for a screw to penetrate the tire in the crown area. The reason I say that is that there are so many components in the tire crown, or the tire tread. If you look at we have the picture of the.
Let's let the witness get back on the stand to make sure we're picking up everything there.
Sure.
Which one, you want the tread with the screw in it?
No, I want the run flap damage.
Okay.
Which would be the interior there. So here you can see these ply cords, and there's some here that you may be able to see. But those ply cords run in a radial direction. And if I could maybe show you. They run straight up the sidewall. In other words, my hands are the sidewall of the tire. So the cords, the ply cords would run straight up the sidewall and across and down the other sidewall. So you would have ply cables that are polyester cables that you can see that are exposed there. There are 2 layers of those in this tire, 2 layers of ply cables. Then in the tread area that's on the top, there are 2 layers of steel belts. And those are steel cables that are similar in appearance to the ply cables, but they're made of steel cables. And those are arrayed in a diagonal. In other words, if this is the tread up here, the one steel belt would come in at an oblique angle like this. The second steel belt would come in at an oblique angle like that. So you have this crisscross reinforcement in the tread area. Then there's another layer on top of that, which is an overlay made of polyamide, which is a synthetic cable similar to nylon or polyester, but it's extremely strong. And it would run circumferentially around the tire. So you have 2, 4, 5 layers of reinforcement in the tread area of the tire, which makes it really difficult for a screw that has threads on it to pierce all of that material. Now, I have seen screws pierce, at the edge where those belts and overlays are not there. They can go through the ply cords, but it's very difficult for a screw to penetrate the crown.
Thank you, sir. In your 40-plus year career in tire technology, have you ever encountered a puncturing object that was in service that entered at that perpendicular angle that you've discussed?
Hang on just a second, sir. I think our board is in between part of the jury panel and the witness. If you can slip it back just a little bit. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Yeah, Mr. Bolton, I was asking you about in your 40 years of experience and doing all of this testing you did for Goodyear and then in Standards Lab, did you ever encounter a puncturing object that actually entered a tire perpendicularly?
I recall one other time.
And would you describe the circumstances of that examination?
Well, that was in a case in Alaska where a person had actually used a ramset device, which is a device that's used in the construction industry. Just consists of a long shaft. You can load a nail in the end of it and put an explosive charge in it, strike it with a hammer, and it will drive the nail in whatever and it's used primarily for driving nails in concrete. But he had used that type of device to put it into a tire, and that was confirmed in trial.
Okay. Imagine, if you would, if the screw, go back to the screw in the tire, the screw head. Okay, could you imagine a situation where a screw entered the tire in service like this, and the screw head was, as you described before, was forced above the tread surface, where it ran over an object, perhaps a pebble or a stone, that could have forced the screw head beneath the tread surface?
Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I would say extremely improbable.
Is there any evidence of that in this examination?
Well, no, because what would happen is, first you would have to have, all the stars align. You would have to have a stone that would be shaped in such a way that it would land exactly on the top of that screw and not be too big, because if it bridged the beads or the ribs of the tread, it couldn't push it down below the tread surface. Secondly, if it were contacted in such a fashion and it had the right size and configuration, there would be a witness mark on the screw, and there's no such evidence here. And there's no such evidence around the screw that there are any contact with stones or anything of that nature.
Okay. Do you have an opinion on how this particular screw was inserted into the tire you examined?
It was screwed in as you would normally screw a tire in any material.
Can you explain your conclusion to the jury, please?
Well, yes. If you look at the interior surface, we have the interior view of the screw. Okay, you can see that the inner liner conforms perfectly around the shank of the screw. If the screw were pushed in as if it were pushed in service, as the screw would penetrate the tire structure, it would cause material to go with those, because of the threads in the screw. It would cause the material that's displaced to come up and kind of mushroom out around the screw head, or around the screw shank, where it actually penetrated the tire.
Now, we're only seeing one side of the screw. Is it possible that there's this damage that you are describing on the other side of the screw?
That was, it's uniform all the way around the shank, and it's difficult to photograph inside a tire all the way around the object, because there's just no clearance to get a camera in there.
Okay. Mr. Bowen, I'd like you to assume for a second that someone were to take a similar tire to the one you examined, and they used wooden blocks inside the tire to prop it up, so to speak, and then they hammered a screw into the tire. Would that be a real-life recreation of a tire in service?
No.
Would you explain why not?
Well, when a tire is actually in service, it's inflated, and the typical inflation pressure on a tire like this would be 32, maybe 35 psi. So every square inch of that tire's interior surface has 35 pounds pushing out. Okay, and if you put wooden blocks in an uninflated tire, the tire, when the tire is inflated, all of the components in that tire, all the reinforcing, the plies, the belts, and so forth, they're all stressed uniformly. When it's uninflated, there's no stress on those reinforcing components. So if you take just wooden blocks and underneath and try to pound a screw in through the tread, it doesn't replicate at all what would occur in service. Plus, you're taking several hammer strikes, I'm assuming, to get through the tire. So you're going through in a gradual fashion. What would have happened in service, it would be thrust through in one motion completely. So that it would be a totally different situation.
Well, I'm having the bailiff hand you some photographs and ask you if you recognize them.
Yes, those are.
Excuse me, what'd you hand him?
Pictures. I was about to ask him the question.
Prior exhibits or
No.
new exhibits?
I'm asking him to identify these photographs, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And can you identify them, sir?
Yes, these are all photos that were taken during my examination.
Are they the photos we've seen today on the screen?
Yes.
Would you make them an exhibit to your testimony?
Pardon me?
Would you make them an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Ask to be state's next exhibit.
They'll be admitted as 21.
Mr. Bolton, are the opinions and conclusions you've given here today, or were they given with a reasonable degree of engineering and scientific certainty?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Yeah, we'll see that. Yes, sir.
Mr. Bolden. Mr. Bolden, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Everybody else? Okay. I'm looking at what you identified as Exhibit 20. It indicated on 4/3 of 2013 that I guess a receipt for a wheel with tire was given out. This is the correct, I guess, receipt showing that it was taken from the Dyer County Sheriff's Department and sent to you?
I think it was actually hand delivered by someone from the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And it was in 2013. what the date is on this receipt?
If that's what the date says.
Right. And if the fact is that this occurred in October of 2011, that's almost 2 years later.
Correct.
Okay. Just up there. So somebody drove the tire up to you, or did you come pick it up?
It was delivered to our facility.
Through the mail?
No.
Okay.
It was, I think, an employee of the sheriff's department actually drove up and hand delivered it.
Okay. And so the condition of the tire is what you saw in that date in 2013.
Correct.
And if during the time it was taken, October the 30th of 2011, if the condition of the tire had been changed or affected, that would have just been something that occurred. You don't know what happened before you examined the tire, do you?
That's correct.
And if the fact is established that the car in question with this tire was towed or driven any distance at the time, that it could have some effect on the tread or the tubing of the tire.
If that were the case, but I have no knowledge of that.
Right. But you don't know whether it was or not, do you?
That is correct.
You just know the condition in 2013 when you received it.
Correct.
And if the vehicle had been towed several miles to the Dyer County Sheriff's Department, and once it arrived there, if it had been moved or a distance in the parking lot during that year or so, those could be things that would affect the condition of the tire.
Depending on how it was towed, it could.
Or if it was, once it was towed and dropped, whether from the front or back, you don't know. If it was moved in the parking lot, those are things that could possibly affect the condition of the tire.
It could.
Yes. Okay. Just a couple of things. The screw that you've identified in the exhibit and on the photographs, it is a screw. It's not a nail.
Correct.
It's what, would you say that's a common, ordinary screw?
I would say fairly common, yes.
It could be found just about anywhere?
I would think so.
There's nothing distinctive about that type of screw, is there?
Not that I know of.
Is there a certain size of the screw or make of the screw that you know of?
Of this particular screw?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't.
All right. Are there designations like that for screws?
Well, usually, yeah, they're the length of the shaft and the type of thread that it is.
Okay. Did you measure it?
Did I measure it?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, if someone said, we saw the screw in the picture, if someone said the screw at the time that the car was found was sticking 1.5 inches or 2 inches out of the tread, would that be correct, or would that be consistent with what you saw when you examined the tire?
I wouldn't think that'd be possible. I don't think the screw is that long.
Okay. You're saying it would be impossible?
Yes, for the screw to be in the tire as it is, yes, it would be impossible.
Okay. So if some witness saw the screw sticking out 1.5 inches or 2 at the time the vehicle was taken, it's possible that if later what you saw is completely almost flat or below the tread, isn't it?
Yes.
It could indicate that it was changed or moved. Is that possible?
I don't think so.
But if the screw was observed as being 1.5 inches or 2 inches out of the tread when they took the tire or when they saw the tire, and what you saw is a lot different, isn't it?
Well, the screw is, I would say the screw is only about an inch and a half or maybe inch and 3/4 long to begin with. So if it was sticking out of the tire that much, it probably wouldn't even have reached the reinforcing materials in the crown of the tire.
Okay. But if it was sticking an inch and a half or 2 inches out of the tire at the time, would that, and what you examined so much different, could that indicate that it's been the moving or the transportation of the tire in the vehicle could have affected what you saw?
No, this screw was screwed into the tire. It was not pushed through the tire.
Okay. Can I ask, in your report, you had several conclusions. You stated that the screw was leaking air around it in your report, didn't you?
I said that I opined that the loss of air pressure was caused by the screw. But that is really inconsistent with the condition of the tire.
Okay. Are you saying the screw was leaking air around it?
Well, it probably was, but not very much. It was slight, if at all.
How do you know the screw was leaking air around it?
Like I say, it was, you can't determine that without actually pressurizing the tire.
Well, did you do
But
any...
the fact that it penetrated the structure of the tire, it would probably leak.
But in order to support that conclusion, did you do any air pressure testing to confirm air leakage to support your conclusions?
No, it really wasn't possible to establish that.
So you didn't do any air pressure testing?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, are you saying screws or nails cannot be kicked up in any orientation from like a lead vehicle or a passing vehicle? And affect the tire in this manner?
Well, they could kick objects up on the pavement, but unless they're aligned in a specific fashion, they can't pierce the tire.
So are you saying that it could be kicked up by a passing or lead vehicle in relation to this vehicle and either puncture in any way the tire?
Well, those sorts of things can happen, but in this case, that's not what happened.
Okay. And that's your opinion?
Correct.
But you're saying it could happen, but you just don't believe in this case it did?
And hypothetically, in other cases, of course, it could happen. You could have objects all over the road that could eventually pierce a tire, but that's not what happened in this tire. The screw was turned in.
But a lead vehicle or passing vehicle could kick up a screw or a nail and puncture a tire?
That's possible.
Okay. And let me ask a couple of other things. Regarding 4A in your report, which is apparent for several reasons the screw has been manually inserted in the tire. The reasons for reaching this conclusion are as follows. The screw is oriented perpendicular to the crown of the tire. Do you have any references that validate that conclusion?
Which conclusion was that?
4A?
4A?
Yes, sir. On page 5. The conclusion that a penetrating object will only puncture the tire at an oblique angle in service.
That's correct.
Do you have any references to support that?
No specific references. It's just I rely on my experience and expertise.
Are there references for such things?
For
Periodicals and research?
I'm not aware of any periodical that addresses that issue.
Okay. Are there research materials and published things in this line of your experience?
The only study that I'm aware of was conducted by Brian Quaiser at Firestone Bridgestone, and he did some various types of nails that were run over, but the particular orientation of how they penetrated the tires was, I'm not aware that was addressed at all.
Did you look?
I asked him.
Did you look at any other possible source?
No.
Okay. And there are studies in this about tires, aren't there?
Are studies about tires?
Are there studies about different things that affect tires?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. But you didn't consult any of them?
No.
Now, I only saw one photo of the screw through the tire inner liner in your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take any more than that single photo
No.
to support your conclusion?
No.
Now, in 4C, which is on page 5, 4C of your report, it says, let me read it. When a tire is punctured in service, the puncturing object is pushed through the tire, resulting in localized tearing or broaching of the liner at the point of penetration. It's a long paragraph. No such damage has occurred where the screw passed through the inner liner in this tire. Instead, the material surrounding the screw inside the tire conforms perfectly to the screw shank. You stated this could be achieved only by twisting the screw into the tire as one would normally do with a screwdriver. Is that's you talking about the back side of the screw in 4C. Your photos, can you see the back side of the screw?
Not in the photos. As I think I explained earlier, it would be really not possible to photograph that side because it was so close to the sidewall.
But you did take 2 photographs supporting of the screw penetrating the inner liner, didn't you? You did supply in your report 2 photos of the screw penetrating the inner liner.
One from the exterior, one from the exterior.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
But on 4C, there's only one picture. Is that correct?
Well, there's only one picture that depicts that, yes.
I guess gravel, let me make sure. If it's a paved road with gravel on it, could that affect the penetrating object or the rotation of how the screw went into the tire?
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question.
Are you saying that this occurred on pavement or a gravel road?
No, I'm saying that the screw was inserted manually into the tire.
Could that make a difference whether it was one or the other or a pavement with gravel on it, in your opinion?
Well, it's a totally different situation. There's no evidence that this tire was picked up in service.
That this tire was picked up in service?
That the screw was picked up in the tire in service.
Okay. estimated, in your opinion, about the distance for the tire to deflate, didn't you?
To deflate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And what was that distance?
Well, I'm not sure which statement you're referring to, but if you're talking about deflating from this screw,
Yes.
I would say, I'd said like 20 or 30 miles, I think.
Okay. And how do you know it went 20 or 30 miles? If the vehicle's...
I don't. I'm just estimating that's what it would take for a screw in this condition in the tire to cause a total deflation of the tire.
If the vehicle was just driven 2 or 3 miles and then stopped, can you estimate the time period until the tire deflated?
In that condition, it could take probably days.
One last question. Did you take the same make and model tire and mount it to the same type of rim and do any type of testing to confirm your conclusions?
No, sir.
Okay. Would it have been possible to do that?
I would certainly not recommend it.
Okay.
It's probably possible, but I would not recommend it at all.
Okay. Or to test your theory?
No.
Okay. You're saying it's impossible?
Well, with this tire, if you're talking about this tire that's damaged.
No, I'm talking about obtaining another tire of the same make and model exactly as this tire and mounting it to the same make and model rim, it's not the same one, it's
Right.
a duplicate.
Okay.
Did you do that and do any type of testing?
I did not.
Okay. Would it have been possible to do?
It would.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bolden, the defense mentioned research in this area. Have you ever participated in research that was published?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
Well, I've written several articles that were published in industry journals having to do with rim grooving, interface tearing, impact damage.
Who reads those journals?
Not many people.
Can you buy them at your local bookstore?
No. It would be circulated throughout the industry.
Okay, and that you mean the tire industry?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to the scenario where the witness said that he thought that the screw was sticking out an inch or an inch and a half from the tire. If this particular screw at some point had only been inserted enough that we still have, say, an inch or an inch and a half remaining out, and it were in service, the tire was rolling, describe what you would expect to happen to that screw.
I would expect the screw to be ejected from the tire.
Okay. And you were talking about this screw and the amount of air leakage it had. If someone were in a hurry to deflate this tire, is there another way that tire could be deflated rapidly other than the screw?
Oh, certainly. Just use the tire valve that's on the rim.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, sir, you can step down, sir.
Thank you.
Right. I think we're going to go ahead and take about a 10-minute break there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, don't discuss the case while you're in the jury room. Don't form or express an opinion, okay? All right, we'll see you in about 10 minutes then. All right. Let's be seated. You faked me out over there now. All right, stay ready to call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Jason Greasy.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Creasy. Would you state your full name, please?
Jason Robert Creasy,
How do you spell your last name?
Creasy.
Mr. Creasy, did you know Karen Swift,
I did.
and how did you know her?
I knew her a couple of different ways. I saw her at the YMCA, and then I represented her in her divorce action.
Okay. And did you actually file a petition in that divorce?
I did.
Okay. Did you bring the file with you?
I brought a duplicate of the court's file.
Okay. And did you review that file, the duplicates?
I did.
Okay. Is it an exact copy of what you had in your file, the duplicates?
It's a copy of what's in the court file. I did not bring my personal notes from the
Okay.
individual file.
So that's a copy of the actual file from the court.
Yes.
And is there a divorce petition in that file?
Yes, we filed a petition for divorce on behalf of Karen on October the 10th of 2011.
And do you actually have that document there?
I do.
Would you refer to that document, please? Would you look at page 2 of the divorce petition? And would you go to number 9?
Number 9 is, it talks about acquiring certain marital property and debts and asking for the court to equitably divide the property and the debts.
Okay. And would that include the home?
Yes, as I understood from talking to Karen, I reviewed my notes as well in preparation for today. There was approximately $50,000 of equity in the house, and so we were asking for her to get half of that, have the house sold, and for her to have half the equity.
Okay. And were you asking that the debt be paid, any of the debt be paid by the defendant?
Yes, so a couple of different things in there. One of the things we asked for was spousal support. My understanding was that David Swift was to receive somewhere in the neighborhood of a $10,000 bonus at the end of October and $15,000 bonus at the end of November from working at Nucor, because that's what had happened in the past. We asked for all of the delinquent house payments to be caught up, and then for Karen to receive half of that amount so that she would have enough funding to get her individual place.
Okay. And did she also ask for child support?
She did. We calculate child support according to the Tennessee Child Support Guidelines. There's a calculator based up, I think we had Mr. Swift's income at $8,500 a month, which would be $102,000 a year. We added in, he was paying $320 a month in health insurance, and so 160 of that was attributed to being the portion for the children, and it came out where he would have to pay $1,408 per month in child support.
Okay. And would you make the copy of the petition for divorce? Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
We're going to mark them as collective.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Be 22. Be admitted as 22.
As a part of the divorce filings, did you also prepare a temporary and permanent parenting plan?
Yes, I actually labeled it as temporary and permanent parenting plan, so I didn't have to file two separate orders, and it was proposed. I have that document as well.
Okay. Would you refer to that document, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The first thing on the first page, it talks about residential time with each parent. What was Ms. Swift proposing for the parenting time for each?
She was asking to be primary residential parent for Mr. Swift to receive every other weekend, Friday at 6 to Sunday at 6, standard division of holidays, and for him to get 2 2-week periods in the summer and then alternate fall and spring break.
Okay, so her proposal was that she be the primary residential parent, that Mr. Swift have visitation every other weekend.
Yes.
Okay. As a part of the parenting plan, you talk about calculating child support. How is that done?
How is the child support calculation done?
Yes, yes.
You take his income, you take her income, you show if there's any credits for any other children, which they didn't have, the health insurance, which I talked about earlier, and they didn't have any reoccurring child care. So it's just how many ever days he has, how many ever days she has, and the incomes and the health insurance. Those were the only things factored into this. And so there's a deviation downward on child support. I think after you get past 93 days, in this one, he was going to get about 80 days per year. So there would have not been a deviation. So it was just a standard calculation on the incomes.
Okay. And on the 4th page of the temporary or permanent parenting plan, it talks about child support. What was the father's or Mr. Swift's gross monthly income?
$8,500, and I calculated that because I believe 8,500 times 2, 17,000 plus the 85,000, so that got to $102,000 a year.
All right. And what about, you have gross income from Ms. Swift?
Yes.
And what was that amount?
We had her income at $1,250, but her income really wasn't $1,250. We imputed her to what would be minimum wage. She wasn't actually making that money, but under the guidelines, if you have the ability to work, you normally impute at least minimum wage.
So that was not her actual income?
It was not.
And based upon that calculation, you mentioned it before, but would you state again, what would the amount of child support that Mr. Swift have to pay monthly be?
$1,408.
Would you make that an exhibit, your testimony as well?
Yes.
That's a copy of the proposed parenting plan. Would you let Mr. Taylor look at that? I'll look at it before it's marked.
Okay, Mr. Creasy, you stated earlier that you actually filed the divorce on October 10th of 2011. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a certain time that a person or the defendant has to file an answer to a divorce?
They have 30 days from the date they were served. What we actually did in this case was, my recollection is that Karen had all the documents prepared. I think she was leaving a copy, unfiled copy, I think, with Mr. Swift, and then he could come accept service at my office. So the date that I actually filed this is the same date that Mr. Swift came into my office and accepted service.
Okay, so he would have had 30 days from October 10th to file that answer?
Correct.
And did he ever file an answer?
He didn't file an answer on November the 3rd, 4 days or so after Karen went missing. Tim Nafee, attorney from Lake County, Tennessee, filed a notice of appearance on his behalf, but didn't file an actual answer.
Okay. Was an answer ever filed?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And what happens typically if an answer is not filed?
A person can file what's called a motion for default judgment. It means that no one has responded. You have to send notice out to that person. In this particular incident, I would have to send that to Mr. Nafee since he was counsel of record, and then he would have had to either file an answer or we would go to court and be granted a default judgment.
Okay. So you didn't actually get a notice of appearance from an attorney until after Karen Swift was missing?
That's correct. So Mr. Nafee signed his notice of appearance on November the 1st to put it in the mail to me, but then he didn't actually file it until November the 3rd, and I wouldn't have gotten it until November 3rd or 4th.
Okay. Did you actually attend the Halloween party on October 29th of 2011?
I did. I don't remember how many people hosted that party. There were several couples that hosted that party. I was one of the people that hosted that party.
Okay. Did you see Miss Swift at the party?
I did.
Did you talk to her?
I did.
Did she make any statements about speaking with David that night?
Yes.
And what were those?
She said that before she left, that Mr. Swift asked her not to go to the party and to go to dinner with her, and she said, "No, David, it's over."
Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Creasy, let me ask you a few questions. The petition for divorce, you prepared that and filed it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Did you prepare the petition and file it?
Yes.
In the information that you obtained about financials, did you obtain all that from Karen Swift solely?
That's correct.
Did you obtain any bank records or checking account information from her, or just basically what she told you?
She told me what his income was. She told me what her income was. And anybody that does very much divorce practice knows that when you file your original proposal, you're estimating. You have to present proof when the case goes to trial. So during the discovery process that you would have in a divorce action, we would have obtained tax returns and W-2s. So at that point in time, I had not received those. I was just going off what she told me.
Okay. Solely off what she told you at that time?
Correct.
Whether it was correct or incorrect, you didn't know until you got the financial information?
That's correct.
As far as her income, you said you estimated that it based because she could work. There's like a floor amount that you have to put in?
Well, most judges will at least put minimum wage. And
Okay.
so I think at the time, minimum wage calculated out to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $12.50 or $12.57 per month.
Okay. And did you receive information that she was doing landscaping, fitness training, babysitting, any more information that she had any job or income?
I knew that she was doing some fitness training at the YMCA. I knew she did some landscaping. What was the other job you had?
Babysitting.
I don't recall. I'm not saying she didn't tell me something about babysitting. I just don't recall that.
All right. I don't do any divorce work, so let me just ask you a couple questions to make sure I understand.
Sometimes I wished I didn't.
I know. Well, I did one with Jimmy Butler, and I never will do another one. So, but the parenting plan, that's a document that you came up and talked with her about, and you filled in the blanks about the time and the amounts.
Yes, it's a proposal. So when you file a divorce action that has minor children, you're supposed to file a proposed parenting plan. Mm-hmm. That's just what we're saying that we're asking the court to do. When Mr. Swift would have filed an answer, he would have filed his proposal. His proposal could be different. And then you go through your mediation process and you either reach an agreement on a plan or you go to court and the judge makes the determination as to what that is.
Okay. And you're saying Mr. Swift did obtain an attorney.
He eventually obtained an attorney. He obtained an attorney after Karen went missing.
but you were notified by Mr. Nafee, I guess, before the end of 30 days that he had the intent to represent Mr. Swift, weren't you?
That's true, yes.
Yeah. And from what I understand about my limited knowledge of civil and divorce work, if you file a complaint, sometimes lawyers will contact the other lawyer and say, can I have a little bit of time? I'm going to file my notice of appearance. That normally happens, and they ask for an extension to reply.
That does happen. That's not what happened here.
But you did talk to Mr. Nafee, the attorney, Mr. Nafee.
Talk to Mr. Nafee. If you want me to tell you, I'll tell you what I told Mr. Nafee.
You didn't agree?
My client was missing.
Oh, I'm talking about at the time that you were notified by Mr. Nafee.
That was after she was missing.
All right.
He filed the notice of appearance on November the 3rd. He put it in the mail to me on November 1st. After I received that, I talked to Mr. Nafee, and the conversation we had was not about, was there going to be a timely answer filed? That's not the discussion I had with Mr. Nafee.
But the 30-day period, when did it end?
It would have ended on, I guess technically November the 9th, since there's 31 days in October.
But in civil law, if something's postmarked, is that the date you go from? If I'm a lawyer and I put a letter in the mail to you and it's postmarked on November the 1st.
That doesn't matter in that case because it's just a notice of appearance. It's not an answer. It's just saying, hey, I'm his attorney. So he did notify me, and he signed the notice of appearance on November the 1st. But any action taken by Mr. Nafee was after Karen was missing.
Right, but it was before the end of the 30 days, wasn't it?
That's correct. And lots of times if I get a notice of appearance from another attorney, I will say, hey, if you need more time to file an answer, file an answer.
Right.
That's not the discussion I had with Mr. Nafee.
Right, but sometimes lawyers wait to the last minute, don't they, about the 30 days?
That's fair, yes.
Yeah, and so you were notified within 30 days, and it was postmarked before November the 9th, wasn't it?
It was, but the postmark on that doesn't make any difference because it still doesn't qualify as an answer. Right. If Mr. Nafee would have just called me without filing a notice of appearance and says, hey, Jason, can I have some more time? I would have said, sure, have some more time. If it was a normal circumstance. With my client missing and me having some beliefs that I had, I was not going to give him any more time. And in fact, I sent a notice of deposition out to Mr. Nafee to take Mr. Swift's deposition when Karen went missing.
Well, no, but if his lawyer was sloppy or waited to do things, is that something that could have affected his ability to file an answer?
Is it possible that Mr. Swift had already retained Mr. Nafee prior to November 1st?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking? Possible. I don't know when Mr. Swift retained Mr. Nafee, when he met with Mr. Nafee the first time. I just know the first communication I received from Mr. Nafee was after she went missing.
Right. Okay. All right. You didn't file a motion for default?
I did not file a motion for default because, I mean, practically speaking, what happens if I file a motion for default, I have to file a written motion for default. I have to send notice of hearing. You have to give 5 days notice. You have to include 3 days for mail. That gives 8 days from the time I file my motion and send a notice of hearing out before I can have it heard. Almost certainly, Mr. Nafee would have filed an answer for him in that circumstance. What I did instead, though, was I sent a notice of deposition to take David's deposition.
Okay, I understand that, but you could have done that, and you're saying that Mr. Nafee could have filed the answer.
Correct.
But you chose not to wait because of your personal, you chose not to wait, right?
I chose not to wait based on information and beliefs that I had.
Okay. Now, you did a notice of deposition?
I did, in fact.
Well, let me ask this. Before you get to the oral, and I don't know a lot about civil stuff, before you do depositions, don't you do requests for admissions, which are like papers you civil lawyers fill out and ask questions and interrogatories and send out before you file a deposition? Isn't that how it's normally done?
I don't know that I would say that's how it's normally done. Under Rule 33 of the Rules of Civil Procedure and Rule 34 of the Rules of Civil Procedure, you can send out interrogatories, you can send out written requests for production of documents. Under Rule 30, you could also file a notice of deposition and take a deposition. I chose, instead of sending out interrogatories, he would have had 30 days to respond to interrogatories. I scheduled a notice of deposition, and I actually spoke with Mr. Nafee to get a date that was available for him, and we scheduled Mr. Swift's deposition for November the 20th because that was the first date that Mr. Nafee said he had available.
Okay, but you could have sent out interrogatories and requests for admission. Now,
Yes, that's true.
and you didn't do that.
I did not.
And usually that is a preliminary to a deposition, isn't it?
I don't agree with that. I agree that that happens a lot of times, but I don't know that I would say that's usually how it's done. It kind of is just a feel of the case. Sometimes I choose to go ahead and take depositions because I don't think that it's necessary to go through all of that written documentation. I can obtain information at the deposition. I can take deposition first, and after I get information deposition, send out the written request. It's just whichever I choose to do.
Right, but the other lawyer might feel differently. Is that right?
It doesn't matter if he feels differently. I can exercise rules of civil procedure however I desire.
Okay. But normally, you've done it before where you do requests for interrogatories, which is, so the jurors know, isn't that like a list of questions?
It is.
So you
So
get more information?
Interrogatories are a list of questions, but I would say, I don't want to say normally I do it that way. I do it both ways. In an interrogatories, you're limited to 30 questions unless you get leave from the court. I had more than 30 questions I wanted to ask David Swift based on the circumstances. So no, I did not want to send interrogatories because I had more than 30 questions I wanted to ask him.
Right, but that's just what you preferred, right?
That's correct, yes.
Right. But let me ask this. If you send out interrogatories, it's questions, and then when you get them back, these questions, then you can still have a deposition and you can have a lot more information that the other party has put down in response to your questions. Isn't that right?
That's true, but at the time I sent out this notice of deposition on November the 14th, there was only one subject matter that I really wanted to ask David Swift about, and it wasn't his finances.
Just one moment, Mr. Tracy. Let's have a finish comment. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Redirect. Yes, sir. Thank you. This witness excused completely? All right. Call your next witness.
Terry Harris.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? 90 seconds.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Terry Harris.
Mr. Harris, do you know David Swift?
I do.
And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
How did you know them?
They lived down the road about 4 houses.
Okay. Did they ever come to your house, or did you ever talk to them?
We talked, but they came to my house on Thursday evening before Halloween.
Okay. Do you know if they were having a bonfire?
I
You know
don't know
anything?
about a bonfire. They was having a hayride for the kids.
Okay. And did they come down to talk to you about that hayride?
They wanted to borrow some hay to have the hayride.
Okay. And who came down to do that and to talk to you about the hay?
Well, Karen had called on the phone about saying about borrowing some when they came down. David, Keeley, and Karen's the one that came after it.
Okay. How did they come to pick it up?
They brought a 4-wheeler and a trailer.
Okay. How was the hay loaded onto the trailer that day?
When David was on the 4-wheeler, he backed in the barn, and Karen got up on the trailer, and I told her I'd load it because she had shorts on, and I put the 7 or 8 bales of hay on the trailer.
Okay. And so the hay ride was going to be that night?
I think it was on Friday night. This was on Thursday evening.
Okay, the following night. Okay. Did they bring the hay back
Brought it back on Saturday evening.
the next day? Okay, so that would have been on the 29th.
I don't. I guess.
Okay, you just
Maybe
know it was a
I can tell you
Saturday.
it's on Saturday evening.
Okay, all right. Who brought the hay bales back?
David brought it, and Keeley was with him.
Okay. And did you unload the hay bales by yourself that day?
David helped me unload the hay.
Okay. Was he using crutches?
I never seen no crutches on Saturday.
Okay. How did he help you unload the hay bales?
Well, I was on the back of the trailer taking the hay and stacking it back up, and he was bringing the hay to the back of the trailer.
So he was up on the trailer?
He was on the trailer.
Did he have any problems climbing up on the trailer?
I didn't see no problem.
Okay. So he would pick the hay up and walk it to the back of the trailer?
He either picked it up or drug them back to the back.
Okay. And then handed those to you?
And I picked them up and stacked them back in my hay.
Okay. Do you know how much your hay bales typically weigh?
Somewhere around 65, 70 pounds.
Okay. And how many of them was it? Do you remember?
7 or 8.
Okay. And he helped pick up all 7 or 8 and bring them to the back of the trailer?
That's correct.
Did he seem to have any problems doing that?
Yeah, I didn't see any problem. He didn't say anything about having a problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Pass the witness.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, sir.
On Thursday, they borrowed some hay,
That's correct.
and Karen Swift came over to pick it up.
Karen and David and
Right.
Keeley came to pick the hay up.
Okay. And when they came to pick it up, you got informed that David had a bad knee.
Karen said that she would help me load the hay because he had a reoccurrence of an old knee injury.
Okay. And then the hay got loaded on the trailer.
I put the hay on the trailer.
Okay. And then did you go to the party?
No,
Okay. Now, you live on the same road as the Swifts. You did.
that's correct.
And you live down on the end towards the Mill Springs where it comes out.
Down towards what?
Where do you live, which end of the road do you live on that?
I live about the middle of the road. They live the first house on the left, and then I live 4 houses down,
Going past them.
going past them.
Okay. On Saturday, they got brought back, the hay got brought back,
That's correct.
and David and his daughter were there,
That's correct.
and he helped you unload the trailer.
That's correct.
You don't know whether he scooted or picked up the bales, do you?
I don't remember.
But he helped in the way he could to get the bales off.
That's correct.
And when you were interviewed, did you tell law enforcement the bales were 50 or 60 pounds?
I don't know that they asked me what the weight was.
Okay. That was back in 2018, I guess, when they talked to you?
Could have.
Okay. So you don't know whether they asked you or not?
No.
Okay. Okay. That's a lot different than 125 or 130 pounds, isn't it? The weight?
65 or 70 is lighter than 120.
Okay. Thanks for making that clear.
No further questions. Mr. Harris, you're excused, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Kim Price. Kim Price.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is Kimberly Price.
Okay. And Ms. Price, do you know David Swift?
No, I do not.
Okay. Did you know him prior to October 29th of 2011?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you remember talking to him on that day?
I do.
And where were you?
At the skating rink in Dyersburg.
Okay. You didn't know Mr. Swift?
No, sir.
How did you end up having a conversation with him?
How that happened, he was actually talking to the owner, Jackie. I walked up and I was had walked up and was going to talk to Jackie, and kind of happened into the whole conversation.
Okay. What was the conversation about?
The whole conversation was about Karen.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What was the conversation about Karen about?
Okay, initially, I think he had asked Jackie, you heard that Karen and I were getting a divorce, and she stated no. And it just went on from that to she's draining my account. It went on into further details that, honestly, I didn't know him from Adam, so I was kind of uncomfortable with
Okay.
him.
Okay. Were they good details or bad details?
Bad details
About who?
about Karen.
Okay. All right. And was he telling you all these details?
He was talking to both of us, yes, sir.
Okay. Regardless of the fact he didn't even know who you was.
Exactly, yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to you about whether or not he knew of Karen having cell phones?
Yes, sir.
What did he say about that?
I believe he told me that he had a BlackBerry. She had an iPhone, but she also had an extra phone.
Okay. Did he say anything about where she got that phone?
No, sir.
Okay, just that she had a second phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What makes you remember that conversation so much?
I kind of remembered the whole day about the whole thing. The thing that struck me, I guess, I remember everything from the clothes that he was wearing in detail, and it struck me because I didn't know him, so I was wondering why the conversation was just over the top, in my opinion. Okay. I remember details about people that I know in town. I'm a female. I wouldn't just tell strangers my business, so I felt that very odd.
Okay. Did you report the conversation to the sheriff's department at a later time?
Did I make a statement? Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you notice whether or not David Swift was using crutches?
Yes, I saw that he was using crutches. I don't know if I can state an opinion.
Well, you can tell us what you observed.
I observed he had them. He did walk with them at certain times. Certain times he had them standing beside him. I never witnessed him sitting down. So I don't think he really relied on the crutches that day.
Did he appear to struggle walking without the crutches?
I don't really remember that part. I remember him using them some, but mainly standing. So he might have not used them for a little bit, but I don't recall, honestly.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You were interviewed on November the 8th of 2011.
Yes, sir.
You stated that, isn't it true that David told you he had surgery on his knee before?
Yes, that it was an old injury.
Yeah, but that it was hurting again and he'd re-injured it.
Correct.
Okay. He told you that his daughter was embarrassed he was on crutches?
Correct.
And he had crutches. He had crutches.
He had crutches with him, yes, sir.
And he was there at his daughter at the skating ring?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you talk to David Swift about custody or child support?
I did.
Tell me about that.
I don't know how the conversation actually started about the custody. I think the fact that they were both in the same house, I think that's how it started. I said, I honestly don't know how, I would go about doing that. I said, my son's father and I, we had gotten a divorce. And I said, we had split custody, and I was going to get about $1,000 a month in child support. And the look on his face was quite eye-opening.
What type of look was that?
It was like he was almost afraid that was about to happen.
She could say what his face looked like, anything more speculation.
Okay.
Or she can give her opinion as to what she observed.
I think it's fair for her to say what she observed as opposed to what her opinion about what she observed is. I think that's the way it needs to be couched if you want to ask her.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Mary Rose McQuarters.
Would you spell your last name, please?
McQuarters.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. McQuarters, where do you live?
5761 Millsfield Highway.
Okay. And do you know David Swift?
I do now.
Okay. Do you know where David Swift lived
Yes,
on
sir.
October 29th or October 30th of 2011?
Yes, sir.
Where did he live?
He lived on the first house on the left going down Willie Johnson Road.
Okay. And how close was that to your house?
Probably 4/10 of a mile.
Okay. And in order to get from his house to Millsfield Highway, did he have to pass your house?
He passed. I own the ground there on Millsfield Highway. My house is not on the corner of Harness, but it's the house over, and I live in a barn, and you can hear what goes down Harness Road.
Okay. But would a person have to go in the direction of your house to
No.
get from Mr. Johnson's house to Millsfield Highway? Would they pass where you live?
Yes, they would pass from the side.
Okay. Did you know Karen Swift?
I knew of her. I'd seen her jogging down the road.
On the I guess it would be the early morning of October 30th of 2011. Did you hear anything unusual that night?
I got woke up. It was about 4:40 in the morning to a strange noise. My dog was really having a fit, and I got up to see what was wrong. And I heard it, and then it was gone. I didn't hear it no more, but I heard it coming down Harness Road towards Millsfield.
What did you hear?
It sounded like a flat tire on a vehicle.
Okay. Have you ever heard a flat tire on a vehicle before?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same sound that you heard that morning?
Yes, sir.
What direction was the sound traveling?
It was to my right, and it was coming this way, going towards Millsfield Highway.
So would the sound have been coming from the direction from Mr. Swift's home to Millsfield Highway?
Yes, sir.
Did the sound stop?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell where the sound stopped?
I could tell that it stopped right over there, and it would be at the end of Harness Road.
Okay. The next morning, did you observe anything in that area?
There was a white car sitting over there.
Is that the same place that you heard the noise stop?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice anything about the car?
He looked like it had been abandoned.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the tires?
One of them was flat.
Okay. Did you assist in the search for Karen Swift?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell me about that. How did you assist?
Well, I was on Millsfield Fire Department, and we all gathered at the fire department with horses and four-wheelers and stuff, and we went and searched certain places. And we went, the group that I was with, we went down by the Mississippi River and searched where her phone pinged.
Okay.
We didn't find anything, and then we all came back, and nobody found anything, and I stayed at the fire department, and I was helping clean up from all the drink cans and stuff. And David Swift's son was in there, and he...
I'm sorry. Yes. Hang on a second.
Of course, I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Mrs. McQuarters, can I ask you, is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you mind leaning up a little bit? I'm a little hard of hearing. You live on the road, I guess on the Millsville Highway.
Yes, sir.
And David Swift lives on the Harness Road?
He lived on Willie Johnson Road,
Oh,
off
yeah.
of Harness Road.
Yeah. Harness Road runs into Willie Johnson.
Yes, sir.
All right. If you come out Harness Road and take a left, you live on the left or the right?
I live on the left.
Okay. You live how many houses down on the left?
One over.
There's one house between you and Harness Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you live right on the main road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what woke you up? Was your dogs barking?
No, sir. The noise from the tire woke me up.
Okay.
My dog was barking. I got up to see what was going on.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that normally if a car drives down the road at that time of night?
Any loud noise wakes me up because I went through a tornado in 2006 and I don't sleep good at night when there's loud noises.
But you're not saying, I'm just trying to understand that you hear every car that goes by your house at night when you go to bed, are you?
Now I play a TV in the living room.
Okay. But what made you hear this is it sounded like a flat tire.
Because it was roaring going down the road.
Right, and I understand, but I'm just trying to make sure. But you're not saying the sound of a car. If there had been another car in front of that or behind that car that didn't have a flat tire, you may not have heard that.
I would not have unless it was making a loud noise.
Okay. And you didn't see anything.
I couldn't. It was dark.
Right. But wasn't there a house next door that was blocking your view too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't see anything or anybody, though?
I didn't go out to...
Okay. I'm just making sure I understand. You did not see anybody walking in the area because the house and shed next door block your view?
It was dark. I couldn't see. There's no light down there on the road.
Right. Did you look?
Why would I look when I couldn't see in the dark?
But you didn't go to the window and look?
I went out to my door and I looked out my door.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand.
Okay.
And did you say the highway is in a dip and sounds echo in that area when law enforcement interviewed you?
Yes, sir. Because the trees hadn't grown back up from the tornado.
So you're saying you told law enforcement the highway is in a dip and the sounds echo in that area?
I live in a barn. I live in a metal building, a barn, a house inside of a barn.
Right.
So it echoes because I have the back door open.
Okay. I've not been in that house. I'm just making sure me and the jury understand, okay?
Okay.
You were interviewed about this in 2016?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you call law enforcement that day or the day after about this and give a statement that you heard the flat tire?
I probably did.
Did you or?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. You didn't, but there's no statement until 2016, which is, I'm just asking, making sure I understand. This was in 2011, and you were interviewed and gave a statement to law enforcement in 2016. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying probably, but you're not sure?
When something happens out there, I usually tell the police department, the sheriff's department, what's going on.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. McQuarters, you stated that you reported this just the next day or days after that happened. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you interviewed a second time in 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was not the first time you ever told anyone about that.
No, sir.
That was the second time that they
That
came
was
and
the
asked you.
second time.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one more thing. Let me make sure I understand. On the night you say you heard what you thought was a flat tire, did you have the TV on that night or not?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. McQuarters, you can step down there.
My dismiss gonna go home.
Is the witness excused? Yes.
Thank
All
God.
right. then. Come on.
Jennifer Lamb.
Thank you.
Raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Jennifer Lamb.
Ms. Lamb, do you know David Swift?
I do.
And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
Tell me how you knew them.
They were my next door neighbors.
Okay. And how long did you live next door to one another?
We moved in February of 2008, and they moved in October of that same year.
Okay. So about 3 years then. Okay. Do you remember the morning of October 30th of 2011?
Kind of, yes.
Okay. Do you remember seeing Karen Swift's car that day?
Yes.
And where was it?
At the end of Harness Road across the street in the gravel.
Okay. And did you know what Karen's car looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall about what time it was that you saw the car?
Around 9:30, I was going to church.
Okay. And did you try to contact Karen when you saw the car?
From what I remember, I texted her and asked, was she okay?
Okay. Did you get a response?
No.
Did you receive a call later in the day from David Swift?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember why you received that call?
He said he didn't know where she was. He was going to go look for her, and could I meet him and get the girls?
Okay. Do you remember about what time that was?
I had been out of church a while, so maybe 1 o'clock.
Okay. What did you tell him during that phone call?
I asked him, did you not see her car up at the end of the road? And he said no.
Okay. Did he act surprised?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And do you know if he had called the sheriff's department at that time?
I do not.
Did David Swift bring the children to the mall?
Yes.
Okay. Was it Keely and Ashley?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long did you watch the girls that day?
I do not remember how long.
Okay. Was it into the evening?
I honestly do not remember.
Okay. That's fine. Did you know anything about David and Karen's relationship at that time?
Just from being neighbors, I mean,
Well, do you know if they were sharing a bedroom?
no.
Okay. You don't know about that. Did David tell you anything about Karen filing for divorce?
Well, yes.
And when did he tell you that?
When she went on the trip to Orange Beach.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that?
Just that she had went on a trip and he didn't know where she was.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Am I done?
Just briefly, Ms. Lamb, you were interviewed by law enforcement November the 3rd. Shortly afterwards, Karen went missing.
Correct.
You told them that you saw Karen's car on Millsville Highway, and you tried to text Karen at 9:37.
That's correct.
You did not receive a reply.
I did not.
Okay. You were home on that Sunday, October the 30th.
After church, and I got them.
Right, but were you home that morning, that Sunday morning?
Yes,
All right. So you were home over Saturday night,
correct.
and you left for church Sunday morning.
Yes,
All right. You live immediately next door to the Swifts.
yes.
Late Saturday night or early Sunday morning, and you did not hear a loud noise or any screaming or shouting or
I did not.
nothing out of the ordinary.
No,
You can see the Swift home from your house.
if I go out my back door.
Okay. David Swift called you that afternoon after you
Correct.
got out of church.
Correct.
He told you that he wanted you to watch the child or the girls.
Yes.
He had both girls.
Yes.
They were at the house with him.
As far as I know, that's where they were. Yes.
And that's when you told him you saw Karen's car.
Correct.
He seemed genuinely surprised is what you told the law enforcement.
Yes, he did.
And then he asked you if you would watch the girls so he could find out what's going on.
Correct.
He mentioned he was either called or was going to call the sheriff's department.
I do not remember that.
Okay. Did he tell his daughter when he dropped her off that he had to go because he had to figure out what was going on with their mother?
I don't know what he told them.
I'm talking about, you heard him say that.
No, he told me that.
Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to make sure because I'm looking at this statement.
Yes,
He had to figure out what was going on with Karen.
correct.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Oh, I thought.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Lamb is excused, I take it?
Yes, sir. Marty Lamb.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Lamb.
Morning.
Mr. Lamb, do you know David Swift?
Yes, sir.
And did you know Karen Swift?
Yes, sir.
How did you know them?
They were our neighbors.
Okay. Did you know what type of vehicle Karen Swift drove?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember the day of Sunday, October 30th, 2011?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on that date, did you see Miss Swift's vehicle in an unusual place?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
Leaving for work, at the end of the road of Harness Road in Millsfield, I did notice that her car was sitting on the east side of the road.
Okay. And do you recall what time that was?
Somewhere probably 4:45 or 4:50 in the morning.
Okay. And why were you out at that time of the morning?
Going to work.
Okay. Is that the time you typically would go to work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you stop at the vehicle?
I did. I say when I stopped, I saw that it was her vehicle as I was pulling away from it, and I just circled around the vehicle just to see if anyone was there, if something was wrong, and I went on to work.
Did you notice anything about the car?
I noticed it had a flat tire.
Do you remember if it was cold that morning?
It was, I mean, it's October. So, I mean, it wasn't cold enough. I wouldn't say it was cold.
Okay. Was it cold enough for frost?
I don't believe I had any on my vehicle. No, sir. I don't have any on mine. And
Okay. Do you remember in your interview telling the police that you noticed there was no frost on the car and you thought that was unusual?
I don't remember that. No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Did you call and report that the vehicle was parked there?
No, sir, I didn't.
Did you call David Swift and tell him?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you ever talk to him again after that?
No, sir.
Did you tell your wife that the vehicle was there?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know how she would know that it was up there?
She left to go to church earlier that morning.
Okay. All right. Did she call you later and tell you that she saw the vehicle?
She called me later and said that Karen was missing.
Okay. And did you tell her at that time that you had seen the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Mr. Lamb, you were home, I guess, Saturday night up until you left Sunday morning.
Yes, sir.
You live within sight of the Swift house?
Yes, sir.
That night, early into Sunday morning before you left, you didn't hear any loud noises or racket from that direction?
No, sir.
You did not hear what appeared or sounded like a flat tire?
No, sir.
You did not see someone walking up or down the road?
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you, sir.
Where your house is compared to David Swift's house, is it closer to Millsfield Highway? Is it on the opposite end?
It's on the opposite end.
Okay. So if a car was driving down Willie Johnson towards Harness and then towards Millsfield, it would actually be driving away from your house.
Correct.
So if there was a loud sound, rather it would be driving away, not towards your house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Martin. Good morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Jimmy Martin.
Okay, Mr. Martin, do you know David Swift?
I did.
And did you know Karen Swift?
I did.
Okay. And how did you know them?
They lived a couple houses down.
Okay. So was it on which road did you live on?
I lived on Willie Johnson.
Okay. Was it closer to the Harness Road or on the other end?
It was further down Willie Johnson.
Okay. Did you know what type car Miss Swift drove?
She drove a Nissan Murano, white.
All right. And on that morning of October 30th of 2011, do you know where you were going that morning?
I was taking the two boys hunting in O'Brien County.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left?
It was around 5:15.
Okay. When you left, did you go towards Millsfield Highway?
I did.
Okay. When you got there, did you see anything that caught your attention?
My son noticed that Miss Karen's car was there because he made mention of it, and we looked at it, but we turned left and went hunting.
Did you notice anything about the car?
No, when we came back, we noticed it was still there and noticed it had a flat tire on the front.
Do you remember what time you would have been coming back?
It was probably sometime between 9 and 10.
Okay, and it was still there at that time?
It was.
Okay. And once again, it was around 5:15 when you saw it that morning?
Yeah. Okay. I don't know exact, but it was about 5:15.
Somewhere in that area?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin,
Yes,
you live close to David Swift.
correct.
Did you go to the Halloween party that Friday night?
I did not.
Okay. You were aware that it was going on, though, at the Swift house?
I don't think I actually knew.
Okay. About that time, you were aware that David Swift had hurt his knee and recalled seeing him on his crutches?
I did see him in the yard on crutches one day. I do remember seeing crutches.
Okay. I guess Saturday evening up until early Sunday morning when you left the house, you didn't hear any loud noises or any evidence of a disturbance, did you?
No, not that I know of.
You know what a flat tire sounds like?
Yeah.
Rolling down the road?
Yep.
Did you hear anything like that?
No.
Did David Swift call you about 10 a.m. asking if you might know where Karen was?
At some point, he told me that he didn't know where she was, but I don't recall when we had that conversation.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right.
If a car had passed Willie Johnson and was on Harness Road with a flat, from where your house is, would it be difficult to hear?
You would not have heard it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, you can step down.
All right, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, is everybody in good shape right now? We'll go another 30 minutes or so, 30, 45 minutes. All right. If not, let me know. Give me a high sign or something, and we'll deal with it, okay? Go ahead and call your next witness.
Mary Claire Hopper.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Would you please state your name?
Mary Claire Hopper.
And did you know David Swift?
I had met him one time.
Okay. What about Karen Swift?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you know Karen?
I taught classes at the YMCA, and she was one of my students. And then she asked me one random day about cleaning and wanted to know if I needed any cleaning done. Did I know anyone? And I said, actually, I do. I also am the director for Habitat for Humanity in Northwest Tennessee, and we had a house, and I took her out there to show her what we needed done, and we hired her for that job.
Okay. And where was that house located?
Trimble, Tennessee.
Okay. And do you know what day she started the job?
She and I spoke, and I believe it was around the first week of October, but we had fall break. We both had small children, so school's out. So she, I believe, started after fall break, which would have been mid-October.
Okay. And do you know if she was working there on Friday, October 28th?
She was. She and I kept in close contact via text.
Okay. And was she there on that Saturday?
Yes.
October 29th?
I believe she was there all day until about 4:30.
Okay. Do you know if she finished the job?
She did not, because she actually reached out to me and said, I finished everything. All I have to do is the bathrooms. Planning on coming back tomorrow, which would have been the 30th. And if I do not get it done, can I come back Tuesday? Because she had a landscaping job. I said, absolutely. And as soon as I get back to town, I'll cut you a check for your job.
Okay. So the plan was she was going to come back on that Sunday, the 30th, to finish up?
Yes.
Okay. Did she come back on the 30th?
She did not.
Did you ever hear from her again?
I did not.
Did you actually pay anyone for the job?
I actually did. My board agreed to cut the check and take it to her mother, and I delivered it to her on her memorial, the night of her memorial in Arkansas.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jamie Garrett.
You raise your right hand. Right. Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I
You may be seated.
That's good right there, yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Jamie Guerin.
And would you spell it?
It's Gurien.
And did you know David Swift?
Yes, I do.
What about Karen Swift? Did you know
Yes,
Karen?
I do. Mm-hmm.
How did you know Karen?
She was my daughter-in-law's close friend. Good friend. They were good friends.
Okay. And what's your daughter-in-law's name?
Jenny Guerin.
All right. And did you ever spend any time, or I'm sorry, did Karen ever spend any time at your house?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Now, what type of relationship did you and Karen Swift have?
We're good friends. She's more or less just good friends, yeah.
Okay. When she would come to your house, were you there alone, or was
Oh,
he?
no.
Who else was there?
My son, my daughter-in-law, and her two little girls, and my two grandsons.
Okay. Did you ever have a romantic relationship with Karen Swift?
No.
Strictly friends?
Pardon?
Just strictly friends?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Did you know that Karen had filed for divorce?
No, I knew they were going to get one, but I didn't know she'd really filed.
Okay. Did she ever call you to talk to you about different things?
She called my phone. A lot of times she'd be looking for my daughter-in-law.
Okay.
But
Right.
yeah, she did call my phone, yeah.
All right. Do you recall her calling you a few days or possibly a week or so before she went missing?
Yes, I do.
And would you mind telling me what your phone number is?
My phone number?
Yes, sir.
It's 442-9451.
And that's 731?
731, uh-huh.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift ever come to your house after Karen went missing?
Pardon?
Did Mr. Swift, David Swift, did he come to your house after Karen went missing?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And why did he come to your house?
He's come in, he wanted to talk, and he said something about they were leaning this toward me, and he wanted to know if maybe my daughter-in-law, Jenny, might know anything. I said, I don't know. Okay. And then he said, well, I know she spent the night here. I said, yes, she did, but she didn't spend the night with me. She spent the night with my daughter-in-law and her kids, and my son and their kids.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did he make any statements about Karen?
Yeah, he did. He said that he thinks somebody at some house might have followed her home.
Okay.
But I don't know. Then he said he hoped she wasn't out there with nothing to eat. And I thought, I didn't know. But yeah, he said that.
Okay. When your son lived across the street, did you ever talk to Mr. Swift when you were at your son's house?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did he ever talk to you or say anything to you about going to a cross?
Yeah, one day he was on his four-wheeler out in the road, and I walked out there, and I asked him where he'd been, and he said he'd rode down to the cross and back. Yeah, on the four-wheeler, yeah.
Okay, all right. Can I have just 1 minute? Can I have 1 minute, please?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Guerin, on October 30th, do you remember receiving 2 phone calls from David Swift?
No.
That you didn't answer?
I don't think so.
Okay. Do you remember calling him that night and talking to him?
No, I didn't call him. No. I've never called his phone. I don't even, no, never.
You never returned a call to him?
I don't know. I don't think I did.
Okay. All right.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. No. No.
You passed away this week. That's all right. I figured.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thanks for the reminder, Judge. You said something about the cross. Is that down from where you live also?
Is it from, so I didn't hear you. I didn't hear that.
Where the cross is located, is that like a location that people go to and do things?
I don't know. I never go there. I've never.
You've been past it before.
I've been down Harness Road. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Is where the cross is. You
Yes,
know what
yeah.
I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is there like a view of the river there, or do you know?
A what?
A view of the river.
No, I don't think you see the river.
Okay.
I wouldn't think so. You can see Pagoda.
Okay. Well, that's close. Pagoda, the community.
Pardon?
You could see Pagoda, you said?
You can see some of it, yeah, from on the top of that hill when you go by there, if you look.
Okay. You've noticed that when you've been by there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you can step down.
Dang. Okay. Excuse me.
Mike Smith.
Mike Smith.
I'm sorry. Mike Smith.
Do you solemnly swear that this testimony you're about to give today is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you state your name, please?
Mike Smith,
And Mr. Swift, where do you work currently?
owner-operator of Smitty's Painting Pressure Washing,
Okay. And where did you work previously before that job?
State Gazette,
And tell me what the State Gazette is.
local newspaper in Dyersburg.
Okay. And were you working for the State Gazette in 2014?
I was.
Do you know David Swift?
I do.
Did you know Karen Swift?
No, sir.
Did you conduct an interview with David Swift in 2014?
I did.
And how did that come about? How did it come about that you were able to interview him?
Started with phone calls between myself and David.
Okay. And did he just agree to give you an interview for the paper?
After some conversations we had, yes.
Okay. And so did you meet him somewhere to interview him?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
In Blytheville, Arkansas, I believe at Grecian Restaurant.
Okay. And during that interview, did David Swift make any statements about the fact that he had hired a private investigator to try to find information about his wife's murder?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he tell you what the results of that investigation were?
He would not elaborate on that.
Did he report that to the police department or the sheriff's department?
I believe he told me he did.
Okay. Did he also tell you that he had discovered a lot of facts about Karen's murder?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you what those facts were?
He would not. No, sir.
And did he tell you whether he saw Karen the early morning hours of October 30th, 2011?
Saw her briefly.
Okay. And what did he say about that?
He wouldn't go into it.
Okay. Did he tell you whether or not he saw her long enough to know what she was wearing?
I asked him if she was wearing a Halloween costume when she arrived home, and he answered no. that she wasn't. But that's when he stopped me and said, "You're going to have to move on. You keep trying to pull stuff from that night, and I'm not going to discuss it."
He didn't want to talk about anything that happened that night?
No, sir.
Did he tell you whether or not, did he tell you that Karen and Ashley slept in the same bed that night?
I don't think they didn't start off in the same bed.
Did he tell you that Ashley was moved to another bed later in the night?
Yes.
Okay. So they started off in the same bed, but was moved to another bed later?
No. I don't believe he said that. Yes, sir.
I'll rephrase the question.
Yeah, let's do that, I think,
Okay.
rather than leading.
Okay. Did Mr. Swift say anything to you about where Ashley slept eventually that night?
Eventually, yes.
And where was that?
With her smaller sister.
Okay. And did Mr. Swift tell you why he did not go to look for Karen that next morning?
Because it was not uncommon for her to leave early in the morning.
Okay. Did he tell you which door that he had told Karen to come through that night?
Yes, sir.
Which one was that?
Garage door.
And did Mr. Swift tell you about his reaction the night the officers came to tell him that they had found Karen?
Yes.
And what was that?
He was angry.
He was angry?
Yes.
And did he tell you why?
Because he was holding out hope that she would be found alive.
So he told you he was angry that night that they came?
His original emotions were, he was upset, he was angry.
Okay. Did he mention anything about going into the closet where Karen kept clothes?
During our interview, he talked about rumors that he didn't care, and stated that people don't know the number of times that he goes into her closet to smell her clothes and to feel like he's close to her, because he said he didn't get rid of anything.
Okay. And did he tell you that he felt like the marital problems were caused by both of them or just by one of them? Did he tell you that their marital problems were because of both of their actions or one of their actions?
Can I answer that?
Yes.
Just a minute. Do you have an objection?
Yes, sir. Okay. Your Honor, I object.
Okay. Let's have a quick conference. Give us a second.
Yes, sir. Very good.
George, Jerry. morning.
Morning.
Would you state your name, please?
My name is George Jared.
Would you spell your last name, please?
Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Jared. Mr. Jared, where do you work?
I am an investigative reporter. I work for a company called Talk Business and Politics. It's based in Little Rock. I'm also a true crime author. I've written 5 books, and I've covered dozens of murder cases in Arkansas and around the country.
Okay. And where were you working on in October of 2013?
I was working for the Jonesboro Sun. It is, or was, the largest newspaper in Northeast Arkansas.
Okay. And do you know David Swift?
I don't know him personally, but I spoke with him a number of times on the phone, and we have a number of mutual acquaintances. He and his wife were from the general area where I live, so we know some people that know each other.
Okay. Did you eventually interview Mr. Swift?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview Mr. Swift?
I talked to him a number of times on the phone. I wouldn't characterize each time I talked to him necessarily as an interview, because sometimes I'd call him and he'd be like at work or some other place and he wasn't able to talk. But, being a reporter, I tried to, get a question or two in anyway, and sometimes he would answer a question or two. But it was probably 4 or 5 times maybe.
Okay. And did you actually write an article about the interviews that you had?
I did in October of 2013.
Okay. And during that interview, did Mr. Swift make statements about conducting private investigations?
Yes.
And did he say he had recovered information about the murder?
He did, but he didn't divulge many of the details to me. He said he wanted to keep that to himself at that time.
Okay. So he didn't report it to anyone at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did he also tell you that he had collected numerous folders of information concerning his wife's murder?
Yeah, I don't know if the term was folders or binders, but he said that he had collected some information and that he was keeping it. So yes.
Okay. Did he tell you what was inside those folders or what information he'd gathered from that?
No, he didn't give me any details. Of course, being a reporter, I'm trying to dig out any detail I can, but he didn't divulge anything specific.
Okay. Did you ask him about the early morning hours of October 30th, 2011, when Miss Karen Swift got home?
Yes.
Okay. And did he tell you that he saw Miss Swift that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you where he saw her?
He didn't say it. There was no specific location within the house. He just said that he saw her.
Okay. Did he tell you that he knew what she was wearing, or whether he knew she was wearing what she was wearing?
That detail never came up. He never told me what she was wearing.
Okay. Did he tell you where his daughter Ashley went to bed that night?
What he told me was that Ashley had been staying the night with some friends at a house, and that Karen had been out at the country club at a Halloween party. She left and was going to stay the night at some friend's house, and that Ashley called her and asked her to come pick her up and take her home. And so Karen did, and so early in the morning they arrived at the house, and he said that they went to bed in the same bed.
Karen and Ashley?
Karen and Ashley, yes.
Okay. Did he tell you how many times he talked to his wife when she got home?
He didn't give me a specific number, no.
Okay. Was it more than once?
My impression was yes.
Let's rephrase the question.
Well, my question was, did he tell you that he talked to her more than once?
Does he know? That's as opposed to an impression. I agree that that's not appropriate response.
Okay. Do you know if he talked to his Miss Swift more than once?
He didn't give me a number, but when I talked to him, I believe it was more than once.
That objection's overruled. He's answered the best of his knowledge.
He said I did not give him a number, but I believe.
I heard the response.
Did Mr. Swift tell you that he saw Miss Swift when she was leaving the house?
He didn't tell me specifically. I asked the question. I said, did you talk to her before she left? And what he told me is that during the course of the interaction that night, he said that they did talk and that the conversation was cordial. No one was mad. There was no heated argument, nothing like that.
Okay. Did he say anything about seeing her leave?
No, he gave no detail about that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
What year did you contacted David Swift, didn't you?
I did.
You hunted him down.
I called him on the phone.
Right. You sought him out.
I did, yes.
You were a reporter or writer at the time?
I was a reporter at
Who were you a reporter for?
the Jonesboro Sun.
Okay. And you later published a book.
Yes.
Did you have a lot of different chapters about different cases in there?
I did. It's an anthology-style book, and each chapter is a different murder case that I've covered as a journalist.
Okay. So you were looking for stories so you could sell a book for compensation?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I guess I'm a writer. This is what I do for a living. It's my vocation. So I get, yes. I mean, I wasn't looking for any specific. I've covered dozens and dozens and dozens of murder cases, and I've written about all of them.
Well, that's good, but you eventually published a book, though, didn't you?
Yes.
And you did receive some compensation?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just asking the question. And thank you.
You can step down, sir. Is the witness released? Yes. Do not. It's a good time to take a lunch break then. Okay. Is that okay with you? We're going to stop there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for lunch there. Remember, again, do not discuss the case at lunch. The proof has not been completed in the case. Do not form or express an opinion, and do not let anyone approach you about the trial. I don't think they'll have the opportunity, but hope you enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock. All right.
I'm a Judge Marquez presiding.
Please be seated. Be just one. Oh, no. Just one second. Okay, they ready to go? Yes, sir. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and tell the jury what our schedule is, okay?
All rise.
All right, let's be seated. Good afternoon, you all. I would ask you ordinarily if there were any difficulties encountered during lunch, but I'm told that there was a slight difficulty encountered, and you all perceived that you were being filmed by a media representative while some of you were maybe outside or on your way back in. I need to tell you I've taken care of the problem, and the entity involved is being told about it. I've talked personally with the cameraman, and the media entity is going to be involved. They're going to be told about the incident and warned that kind of behavior that should not be broadcast there. If any of us catch it on the news, the gentleman knows what's going to happen at that point. So thank you very much for reporting that. Other than that incident, were there any difficulties during lunchtime? And I hope, is everybody feeling all right this afternoon? Let me tell you one other thing. We've made good progress today, and we talked about early on about whether we would need to convene on Saturday. We've decided to take Saturday and Sunday off there. So when we finish this afternoon, you all go home, and then you'll come back, and I'll remind you again late in the afternoon. I think we're going to try to start at 8 o'clock on Monday morning, 8 o'clock. It's a little bit earlier to try to get everything in and keep ourselves on schedule. And I hope that's okay with you all there. I kind of made that what sometimes we call, I just made a management decision. But it was with the input of the lawyers, and they wanted to be considerate of you all having a weekend as well, and so the decision was made based on that. Okay? We thank them as well there. All right, we ready? Oh, okay. Call you next witness then. 2 steps.
There you go. You stand up for just a minute, raise your right hand.
Can you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
You sit in that chair, sir. Get your hand on. Yes, sir.
You'll stand up. I'll push the chair up against you.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Okay, good. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
good afternoon, sir. You're Kerry Smith?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you're a retired physical therapist?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you ever have the occasion to treat the defendant, David Swift, as a patient?
Yes, I treated him on 2 different occasions.
Okay. First, sir, let's delve back into your background. What education did you receive to practice your profession?
Well, I graduated in 1973 at the University of Tennessee with a bachelor's degree in physical therapy. I worked for a period of 40 years and retired my license in 2014.
Okay, you've been licensed in a number of states, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Okay, tell us what states you've been licensed as a physical therapist.
I was licensed in Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Nevada.
And so between those years you described, after graduation until your retirement a few years ago, were you actively engaged in the profession of being a physical therapist?
Yes.
Okay. And just so the jury understands, describe what a physical therapist does.
Physical therapy is a science that began associating with the medical establishment, that is doctors, and basically they needed a way to treat individuals who had injuries or different ailments physically. They needed a way to exercise them. They needed a way to utilize ultrasound and light, heat, cold, electricity, and they needed a way to habilitate and rehabilitate them. That is, to teach maybe young individuals who've never done a particular activity how to do it, and those who have had an activity or been able to do it and then were injured, to re-educate them in how to do it.
Okay. While you were practicing physical therapy, did you ever receive any postgraduate education?
Yes. I had some coursework at Northwestern University in Chicago, primarily on the spine and on prosthetics for the lower extremities. And I had some coursework at Eastern Kentucky University in ergonomics.
Okay. And as part of your holding a license in physical therapy, were you required to obtain continuing education credits to keep your license?
Yes. Each state has different requirements, but I have taken courses in San Francisco, San Diego, Phoenix, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Atlanta. Seems like it's one. Oh, yes, Nashville at Belmont.
Can't forget Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever testified as an expert in any court?
Yes, I have.
Would you tell the jury about that?
Yes. I testified for a patient in a suit in which he was suing an insurance company, and I basically presented his situation and my opinion on it to the court.
And were you declared an expert in that case?
I was declared an expert.
Tender the witness with order. I ask that the witness be declared an expert in the field of physical therapy.
The court accepts Mr. Smith as an expert in the field of the science of physical therapy.
All right, Mr. Smith, you stated briefly that you treated the defendant David Swift on 2 occasions. Do you recall when the first occasion was?
Yes. The first occasion was, I believe it began around June 8th in 2011. Mr. Swift had an accident in which he injured his left knee region and was referred by the physician to physical therapy.
Do you recall the nature of the surgery that he had?
Yes, I do. His surgery was a repair to the quad tendon.
Would you explain for the jury what a quad tendon is?
A quad tendon is a tendon that is above the kneecap or the bone on your front of your knee, and the quad tendon is right above it, and it communicates with the patellar tendon, and the action is to lift the leg and extend it straight.
Okay. Do you know the date? Okay, you told me, you believe it was around June 8th.
I believe that was when we began to see him, but the surgery was actually 4/25, I believe. 4/25, the surgery. His injury was the day before, 4/24.
Okay. What types of treatment did you provide Mr. Swift when you were?
Well, we were primarily using range of motion, exercise, and isometric and isotonic exercise. And isometric exercise is exercise where the end of what you are working on is moving, and the front part of it is not. And isometric exercise is you're just creating tension within the muscle without movement of the end or the proximal end.
And with a patellar tendon repair, how are those exercises helpful, and what's the goal of those exercises?
The goal of those exercises is basically to strengthen the quadriceps and the hamstring region, and the way that helps is you need those muscles to gain knee function and to lift the foot and the lower part of the extremity.
Okay, and were you successful in your treatment, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it was successful to a point. I do not think there was complete success there, because when he left during the June period, he still had limited range of motion, but it had improved quite a bit from about 0 to 10 to 70 to about 5 to 115.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Did you give him a final assessment at that time?
Yes.
Okay, do you recall what your assessment was?
Well, my assessment was that he was progressing, his range of motion was progressing, his strength was increasing, and that he was ambulating. He was able to step up a 4-inch step.
Okay, when you say 5 to 115, can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Okay. Pretend this is a leg. The leg, this is a knee, all right? The knee will go to 0 degrees, that is straight out. And it will bend in most people ultimately to about 135, 140 degrees. Now, there are individuals who can get what we call a recurvatum, that is the lower part extends higher. And there are individuals who can come back as far as 155, 160 degrees. But usually they don't have much flesh in there, and they're very loose around their joints. A typical person of that type of nature would be a person like Michael Jackson, who made all those moves. How did he do it? He was a very loose person in his muscle and connective tissue structure. Dave had been injured, and 5 degrees is about there as opposed to there. and 115 degrees, this would be 90, 115 would be back here. 135, all the way back. Now that is in the knee, translating this to the knee.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not you gave him a quad strength rating when he was discharged?
I believe his quads, when he was discharged, were, I believe, 3.5 on the quad, and no, I believe at that time it was probably 2.5.
Okay.
And on his hamstring would have been a 2.5.
Okay. What does the term ambulatory unassisted mean?
Ambulatory unassisted means you walk without anybody holding to you.
Okay. And did you rate Mr. Swift as ambulatory unassisted?
Yes, using a knee immobilizer.
Okay.
And that is called a KO.
Okay. When you discharged him, was he given follow-up exercises to do at home?
Oh, yes. Almost every visit was given exercises to be followed at home. And David was a very good pupil, and he seemed to follow his exercises. He seemed to progress, and he seemed to understand what he wanted to do. I will say this. He was kind of a pusher. He wanted to go a little bit beyond, what he was doing.
Okay. So after you discharged him there in June, did you have the occasion to treat him again later?
Yes.
Do you recall the circumstances of that?
Yes. Apparently around 10:25, I believe, he was working, and at work he made a step and got a pain in the leg, probably from twisting the knee, and almost fell.
Okay. And how did he come back to? Did he seek you out himself, or was there a referral from a physician?
No, I think he probably saw the plant medical person and was referred to Dr. Joseph Yao in Blytheville, Arkansas.
And did Dr. Yao refer him to you?
Yes, Dr. Yao referred him to our clinic, and in fact, I communicated directly with Dr. Yao. We talked about the case. I told him what had been done previously, and he gave me instructions.
When the defendant came back in for the second time, did he fill out any questionnaire prior to his treatment beginning?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that questionnaire?
Well, it's a thing that we give to individuals who have knee problems or who have had injury like that, a lower extremity functional test.
Okay.
And its purpose is to give the therapist a profile for a baseline for exercise.
Ms. Smith, the bailiff's going to hand you a document. I'm going to see if you can recognize it.
No. I cannot see it, but it appears to be, there are 20 items on there. Yes, sir. And is there a 0 to 4 ranking on there? It would be at the top.
Just a second, beg your pardon?
It might, because of his eyesight, it might be helpful to read it, some of it.
I'm not opposed. I'm certainly not opposed to that.
Bring it back to the office.
Thank
read
you.
it to him?
I appreciate it.
Okay. Do you have a problem if I go through and... He just did. Mr. Smith, were you able to see this enough to recognize it as the lower extremity function scale?
Well, yes, the form is the lower extremity functional scale form. It should, down at the bottom, have David Swift, and I should have signed off KHS or whatever, KS or...
And would this have been dated November of 2011?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Smith, I'm going to read the answers that were reported by Mr. Swift and ask if, when I finish, ask if that sounds like what you recall him reporting to you prior to beginning therapy. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The first activity that's listed is any of your usual, the preface at the very top says, today, do you or would you have any difficulty with? And then there's 20 items there. Number one is any of your usual work, housework or school activities.
Yes. And what did he rate that?
He rated quite a bit of difficulty.
Right. So it should have been rated a 1.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay.
Can I keep just go?
You just keep going. Yes,
right,
that's good.
And have you make comment when I'm finished?
Yes,
is that, okay?
that is perfectly fine.
Okay. Number 2 is your usual hobbies, recreational or sporting activities. Mr. Swift circled, again, 1, which is quite a bit of difficulty.
Yes.
The next one, number 3, is getting into or out of the bath. Mr. Swift rated that a 2, which is moderate difficulty.
Yes.
Number 4 is walking between rooms. And again, Mr. Swift rated that a number 2, moderate difficulty.
Yes.
Number 5 is putting on your shoes or socks. And again, Mr. Swift rated that a 2, moderate difficulty.
Yes.
Number 6 is squatting. He rated that a 1, quite a bit of difficulty.
Yes.
Number 7 is lifting an object like a bag of groceries from the floor. Mr. Swift rated that a 1, quite a bit of difficulty.
Yes.
Number 8 is performing light activities around your home. Mr. Swift rated that a 2, moderate difficulty.
Yes.
Number 10 is, no, excuse me, I skipped one. Number 9 is performing heavy activities around your home. Mr. Swift rated that a 1, quite a bit of difficulty.
Yes.
Number 10 is getting into or out of a car. Mr. Swift rated that a 2, moderate difficulty.
Yes.
Number 11 is walking 2 blocks. Mr. Swift rated that as 0, extreme difficulty or unable to perform activity.
Yes.
Number 12 is walking a mile. Mr. Swift also rated that as 0, extreme difficulty or unable to perform activity.
Yes.
Number 13 is going up or down 10 stairs, about 1 flight of stairs. Mr. Swift rated that a 1, quite a bit of difficulty.
Yes.
Number 14 is standing for 1 hour. Mr. Swift rated that a 0, extreme difficulty or unable to perform activity.
Right.
Number 15 is sitting for 1 hour. Mr. Swift rated that a 2, moderate difficulty.
Right.
Number 16, Mr. Swift, the activity is running on even ground. Mr. Swift reported that was a 0, extreme difficulty.
Right.
Number 17 is running on uneven ground. He also rated that a 0, extreme difficulty. Number 18 is making sharp turns while running fast, also a 0, extreme difficulty.
Right.
Number 19, hopping is a 0,
yes,
extreme difficulty. And then number 20, the last one is rolling over in bed. He rated a 2, moderate degree of difficulty.
Yes, that is what David Swift marked.
Okay.
Now, we scored this, and his score was 20 over 80.
Yes, sir.
Now, you go, why 80? Well, the top you could get is no difficulty, which is 4. 4 times 20 is 80. He marked no higher than 2. So they were either 0s, 1s, or 2s, which is through a moderate degree of difficulty. Now, there is also a 3, which is a bit of difficulty, and there is a 4, which is no difficulty. So the lower you score, the more that indicates that you have a problem in the lower extremity, and if we want to refer to specific activities, we can concentrate on activities that he has the difficulty with. But in his case, almost all of them had some difficulty. So basically, it was what we viewed as a strengthening problem and a range of motion mobility problem, and we tried to treat those things.
Okay. And the date on the bottom of that is November 16th, has already been pointed out. Did Mr. Swift fill that out prior to being treated for the first time that day?
I would say probably not, or if he did fill it out, probably lost in the record keeping or whatever, because we were not using those forms on every patient every time.
Okay.
So we might go and then we'd use the form, and it is a good way to document for insurance.
Okay. Do you remember us going over your treatment notes on Mr. Swift?
Yes.
All right. Judge, with your permission, the defense and I have agreed to ask Mr. Smith about his treatment notes on the first time he treated the defendant on November 16th, because otherwise we would be here a long time asking him about every row. Okay, so Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you some questions about you treated. I have a note, a treatment note. It's a spreadsheet of handwritten numbers. There's exercises written into the left, and then I believe your initials all on the top.
Yes.
Do you recall going over that with me?
Yes.
Okay, and did that seem like was your recollection refreshed when we talked about it, and we talked about the numbers that were on there?
Oh yeah, pretty refreshed. It was a standard procedure for strengthening with the base that he had.
Okay. If I can read some entries for you, and
yes.
Would you tell me if you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay. Up on the top it says therapist, and I see the initials KS.
That was me.
Okay. And then I see where it says diagnosis, there's an L with a circle around it, quad and patellar tendon repair, 4/24/11.
Yes.
Late knee or late effect L knee pain.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory about the?
Yes.
Okay. Does it sound like this was?
Yeah, that L is left.
Okay.
All right, medical terminology.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the next line is manual therapy, and again, it just says KS.
Yep.
Now, if you, and what I'm inviting you to do is, sir, when I read something out, if you want to comment on what that means or what that meant for the defendant's treatment, would you just tell the jury what you did for him?
Yes.
And I'll stop talking.
Okay.
So on the next line is ultrasound, and it says no.
Yep.
Okay. Then there's a line that says E-stim Russian.
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
Yes. Russian stimulation, it was utilized by the Russians in 1976. They were preparing Olympic athletes and wrestlers, weight men, and they wanted a way to strengthen them without just having to use exercise. So they came up, their scientists came up with a way to do it. They would use a medium frequency current of about 2,500 cycles per second, and they would cross those currents and put the stimulation on and then take it off. And they use various different, like maybe 10 seconds on, 50 seconds off, or 10 seconds on, 10 seconds off. But the stimulation that they were using on those weightlifters and on those strength guys was a very high intensity. And what they found is they were stronger. So,
Did you perform, or did you do those types of things at a lower level with Mr. Swift?
well, definitely with individuals who have pain as a problem, but who have it's used for weakness. And he particularly showed atrophy in the area of the vastus medialis, which was the inside muscle that tore from the tendon.
Now, explain atrophy for the jury, if you don't mind.
Yes, atrophy. Muscle has size. The individual muscle cells form a muscle. If you do not use and move the muscle, the individual cells begin to shrink. They get smaller. So you still have pretty much the same number of cells, but they're just getting smaller, and in between comes connective tissue. Connective tissue doesn't move. It is a connector, and it's stiffer than the muscle. The muscle has a lot of spring. The connective tissue is stiff. So as you can see in the case of David Swift, his knee had stiffness from being probably in the knee immobilizer after his injury, and he had some range of motion deficit and tightening in the end ranges of his motion.
Okay. Now, the next two are pool and strapping, and they're both no.
Yes, pool, that was suggested. David didn't really want to go that route. He felt that his time would be better used in the other modes of strengthening.
Okay. Now, the first set of exercises that I see on there is a quad set. It says one set of 10 repetitions at 10 pounds.
No. That is one set of 10 repetitions at 10-second hold.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So, in other words, he did one set. He did it 10 times, and he held each one 10 seconds.
Okay. The next one is SLR.
Straight leg raise. Now, remember, the quad set is isometric. He's just tightening the muscle, but he's got to hold it 10 seconds. The straight leg raise, he's on his back. He brings his right leg up, and he can put it down on the table, and he takes the other leg and lifts it up about 45, 50 degrees and holds it. And he did that 10 times.
For 10 seconds.
10-second hold.
Okay.
Yep.
SAQ.
SAQ, that's a short arc quad lift. The short arc quad, you put a roll under the knee, have him tighten. He lifts the lower part of the leg and brings it down. It's a limited range of motion movement, and he tightens the quadriceps muscle.
Okay. A little bit farther down, and there's some more, I imagine, exercises like those, but I'd like to bring your attention to one. You have an entry called treadmill.
Yes.
You have written down 1 mph, 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Is that just what it sounds like?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did he have any trouble performing that 10-minute walk at 1 mile an hour?
No. Probably had some reduced weight bearing, and that's one reason we're going slow. And as I recall, that was with the knee immobilizer off because he had the rails to hold to.
The next two entries are connected. They are leg press.
Yes.
The first one says 2 legs, 1 set, 20 repetitions, 135.
Yes.
Is that 135 pounds?
That's 135 pounds. He is in a sitting position on a unit that slides. He presses and on the plate, and the resistance is the weights. We set the weights, and that's the resistance.
And then the next line is 1 leg, 1 set, 20 repetitions, 75 pounds.
That's right. That was with his left leg.
This injured leg.
Yep.
Okay. After you had him perform these therapies on the first and exercises on the first day, did you feel like you had a pretty good grasp of his physical abilities at that point?
Yes, and let me bring out one other thing that he used.
Sure.
Okay. The seated stepper, the new step.
Yes, sir.
All right. The new step he used for 10 minutes at level 2, which is a low level of resistance. And he's pumping the legs back and forth, back and forth. And the thing about the new stepper is it is isokinetic, meaning no matter how hard he pushes, he's going to get that same level 2 resistance.
Okay. And why did you feel like that was important and that we needed to?
Well, I think it was important because endurance is an important factor in strengthening.
And was his ability on that day, did it tell you anything about his endurance?
Well, yes. We usually went from one exercise, short break, maybe most of them 30 seconds a minute, and then to the next exercise. And then once we'd finish, say, the free exercises, we would go to a machine or go to his walking, his gait.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to make these exhibits to your testimony.
All right, that'll be this number 24.
And Sergeant Gray, could you retrieve Exhibit 8A for me? Well, never mind. I'll just talk to him about it. Mr. Smith,
yes.
I'm going to change gears on you here in just a minute.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the area around Bledsoe Cemetery in Dyer County?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with that area, sir?
Well, I lived at Bogota, which is right down below that, and that was the old Bogota Cemetery. One of my relatives, my grandfather's sister, was married to one of the Bledsoes and was buried in that cemetery. And I attended a funeral for her son. I believe he lived in Alabama, and he was cremated, and they had to get a special compensation to bury in that cemetery. And he was buried on top of his mother's grave.
Oh.
Yes. So, you remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. That's not every day you hear that.
No, it was, and it's an old cemetery. I have more than one relative up there because most of the people of that community were related somehow.
Are you familiar with the area where Karen Swift's body was found?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a little, it's not a paved road, but it's like a pathway that cars use back and forth to go from the Bledsoe Cemetery gate to the cross?
Yes.
And do you know how far that little pathway is from where Karen Swift's body was located?
Well, I would say it is probably to the curve, I would say across from the cemetery. It's probably maybe 65, 70 feet.
Okay, but if you're on that little pathway,
Yeah, all right.
And then you
In
go
other
to
words,
the-
if you're going up the hill, off of the road,
yes, sir.
and there is a little pathway up there. It goes up to within about 20 feet of where the body was.
Okay, let's shift gears again. And do you feel like, from your treatment of Mr. Swift and then having him doing physical therapy exercises with him, that you had a grasp of what his physical abilities were at that time?
Yes, I think so. The only thing that you don't have a grasp of most of the time with patients is what is their motivation and what is, their attitude. Because let's face it, when they're in our clinic and they've been sent there, most of the time they're going to be on their best behavior.
Do you have an opinion that as you saw him as a patient on November 16th of 2011, did David Swift possess the physical ability to drag 125 pounds?
I believe he did.
Okay. Do you have an estimate of how far he would have been able to do that?
Well, I would say with simplicity, probably between 20, 25 yards.
Was that at a time?
That would be 75 feet.
Was that at a time? If he rested, would he be able to do that again? Or is that just...
Oh, he wouldn't do it in one time. No.
So,
it would be a thing of a little energy and then reset, a little energy, reset, a little energy, reset. So he would definitely not have been pulling a body 100 yards or that sort of thing.
Okay.
It would have been, if he was close, he had the physical ability to do that.
And what you cannot test for, if I'm hearing you correctly, is motivation.
No, not at all.
Right. You're just talking about sheer physical ability.
He had the sheer physical ability. Now, is that without pain? Is that without I could have damaged myself or whatever? No, he could have. But you can damage yourself in many different ways. So.
Okay. I'm going to pass the witness. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
You're welcome.
Now, the lawyer going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
Judge, can I see the exhibits that were missing? The exhibits.
Yeah, they're
Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir.
We've talked several times. I'm Daniel Taylor.
Hey, Dan.
Okay. When Mr. Swift came to see you, he came to see you November the 16th of 2011.
Yes.
All right. Before he came to see you, he went to see Dr. Yeo.
Yes.
Y-A-O.
Yes.
And you had the records for Dr. Yeo. You had the records of the referral or some paperwork where he had been referred to you.
That is correct.
And in that, it stated he had been re-injured on 10/25 of 2011.
That is correct.
All right. And that's before October the 30th, 2011.
Yes.
Okay. And that occurred at his job site, Tenaris.
Yes.
And that he, I guess, talked to HR at his job or saw the clinic at his job, and then they made a referral to Dr. Yeo.
Yes.
Dr. Yale is a medical doctor.
He is an orthopedic surgeon.
Okay. He's got a lot of experience.
Yes, he was trained at the University of California.
Okay. And his determination of the injury was severe enough to be referred to you.
That is correct.
And it indicated that his injury, what was the term?
A late effect.
Okay. Did that mean that it was torn, the tissue around his knee?
I wouldn't call it a complete tear, but what you would have is a person who had, say, a surgery and an injury, and that injury got aggravated by a sudden, forceful motion.
Okay. And that's what the records indicated.
That's what, yes.
And that's why he came to see you.
Yes.
And he filled out for your office this lower extremity functional scale that you went through and asked him to rate himself.
Yes, yes.
And you reviewed this, I guess, and then you personally examined him.
Yes.
At that point.
Yes, I did.
After you looked at and examined him, did you find that what he had filled out in his lower extremity functional scale seemed to be to match what you saw, what you observed?
Well, what I would say is when they fill out a lower extremity functional scale, that is for the patient to express how they're getting along or how they're doing, at home or whatever. Now, if the question is, do I agree with everyone in what I observed, the answer might be no, but that is from my point of view. I'm not the guy with the painful leg, and I'm not having to go through the things they're going through. So I don't really feel like that scale is, it is for a profile of the patient. It's not to say that, he wasn't like this, or, he was a lot better here.
Right.
I'd like to be fair about that.
Okay. But it could be consistent with what you and Dr. Ye observed.
Well, he definitely had limitation, and he had pain.
Okay.
That's a fact.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Just 1 second. You were interviewed back in February of 2018. You listened to the tape earlier. By law enforcement.
Yes, I listened to it. I think that interview was 2019.
Oh, well.
I believe. I will not swear to it, but.
You were interviewed before today.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you were asked a bunch of questions.
Yes.
And if the records show it's February the 1st, 2018, would you?
I would accept it.
All right.
By the way, that would be 7 years later.
Right, but you still had the medical records that you referred to.
Yeah, they had them.
Yes.
They had them.
And you reviewed that.
And, I definitely reviewed them.
Yes, and you read them, I guess, while they're asking you these questions. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
And didn't you indicate that he would have extreme difficulty walking and lifting that much weight, 125 pounds?
Oh, yes. Yes.
And they asked you the question, just lifting that much and moving, didn't you answer, I don't think it could have been done in your interview?
as I recall, they asked me, could he have lifted 100 pounds? And I'm talking about just lifting. And I reviewed the record, and I said, yes, I think a person with his problem and with his particular strength could have lifted 100 pounds.
Right, but lifting and moving a considerable distance would be extremely difficult.
Oh, lifting and carrying someone and walking and moving is totally different than a lift with a thrust and like a one-time type movement or even a two-time type movement as far as the energy used, but mainly because of the balance problem.
Okay.
Particularly if you have a bad leg.
But wouldn't you agree it'd be extremely difficult to lift and to carry that much a distance?
Oh, yes.
For the person in his condition?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe a step or two, but, not just walk a long distance, no. And will you tell them what else I said there?
You said that it would likely be with more than one individual, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, but you don't know, that's what, in your opinion, what it would be more likely to do.
That is correct. Okay. That was my opinion right there.
Just to be completely accurate.
Yes, let's be accurate.
In fact, you told him in order to be done, it would have to involve more than one person to help him carry it.
I would think so.
Okay. And you indicated here today that to drag something would take a person in his condition 70 or 75 yards, a considerable amount of time to do, regroup, and to go on.
Yes. I don't think a person in David's condition would have just grabbed someone and drugged them 75 yards and be gone.
Well, I understand.
All right, but
what you think he might have done, I mean, I'm just asking what, from the medical, what your treatment.
Yes.
You said you gave your opinion just then about that.
Yes, but again, I don't want to create illusions.
Right.
I just want the truth.
Well, I know, but you weren't there, and you're just talking about your opinion about his condition. You're trying to be honest. You saw him. The doctor saw him before you did.
Yes.
And you've given your opinions about what you think he was capable of or not capable of.
Yes.
Okay. And did David Swift continue treatment with you after that date you first saw him?
Yes.
And did he continue to come for a period of months after that?
Yes, he did.
And while he was doing this, and even before, were you aware that he worked at Tenaris and had a commute and also had family responsibilities?
I was aware of that.
All right. In fact, you talked with him at some points about that?
Yes. I simply talked to him about 2 to 3 times a week, is what had been prescribed. And I felt like if he was going back to work and he was doing, had family responsibilities or whatever, you certainly wouldn't try to force a person to come.
Right. But he was trying to get back to work, wasn't he?
That is the goal.
Yeah, but
yes.
And I guess when you see him for therapy after this,
yes,
this is after his wife is missing. You understand that he has responsibility, family responsibilities, and was he very regular over a period of time because of all the things he had going on?
I believe that he came when he could.
Okay.
Yes.
You could say that about a lot of patients, I guess. this.
Yes.
And sometimes after a while, would it be true to say a patient might just get to a certain level? It may not be the complete rehabilitation, but they'll just kind of stop coming?
Well, yes, a physical therapist or any medical person believes that it should be done just like this. However, if you look at the real world and the patient world, they have a world too. They have responsibilities. They have things they have to do. Now, they do tell us, and we have to either kind of accept it or go, oh, no, absolutely, you have got to be here, or we will have to inform your doctor, or that type of thing. And most physical therapists are not going to do that. They're simply going to try to work it out with the patient.
All right. And David Swift continued coming for a period of time.
Yes, he did.
And you observed him, and you observed his injury eventually over time become better.
Yes.
Okay. And when you stopped, I guess when he got to the point that he stopped coming because either insurance didn't pay or because of his responsibilities, that was several months after you saw him for the re-injury.
Oh, yes, yes. Okay. So we saw him for a long period of time. Okay. And I will say this, I may be talking too much, but he always did whatever we asked.
Right, I understand.
There was no static with David.
Finish, Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Redirect, Mr. Box?
Yes, sir. Just to be clear, Mr. Smith, when
Yes.
you were talking about something requiring two people to accomplish, you were talking about carrying a 125-pound body?
Carrying a 125-pound body on rough terrain and sometimes maybe with a slope.
And that's opposed to the question I asked you about dragging a 125-pound body.
Well, they're two completely different things.
Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
And are you aware that after you saw him or for the re-injury that he eventually had to have a second surgery?
Yes, he told me that one day when he came to check on the insurance thing. And he told me that he had been diagnosed with a meniscus tear. Okay. And that...
is that in the same leg?
Yes, it was in that leg.
In the same general area?
It was in that leg, yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, sir, you are ready to step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Get down from the podium, okay?
Just cheer over. Okay.
You have a witness we can get in before we take a break?
Yes, sir. I believe the next witness is relatively short.
Okay. Is that okay?
Mr. Bailiff, can you retrieve...
I'm thinking more of myself than I am of you all, frankly.
Number 6 right there, that's marked for identification. Yes. These are... This is an agent that participated in the gun search. That's marked for ID. And he's just going to testify that all of the... Well, he possesses the original SD card from the pictures that were taken that day, and that he recognizes that all of these pictures were on that SD card. They are all on that SD card. In addition, he personally recovered that computer. Yes. And put it into evidence. And this photo is one of the ones that's on the SD card, and there's just a sign below it of that. So that's all he's going to testify about.
Ready to call your witness?
Yes, sir. David Howell.
Howell?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you're David Howell,
Yes, sir.
and you're a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Yes, sir.
And were you an agent back in November of 2011?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you participate in the execution of a search warrant on 65 Willie Johnson Road in Dyer County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were photographs taken during that search?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how were they recorded?
They're recorded on SD cards.
Okay, and are you in possession of that original SD card?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, did you bring it with you today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me hand you several photographs. The top photograph is a photograph that's previously been entered for identification only as Exhibit 6. I'm just noting that for the record. Okay, and then do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir. This came as a result of the search warrant.
Okay, and look at the remainder of the photographs, if you will, please. Okay, and do you recognize all of those photographs as being contained on that original SD card in your possession?
Yes, sir.
Ask you to make those an exhibit to your testimony and move Exhibit 6 from identification into actual evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, Exhibit 6 will now be admitted into evidence.
Okay, and in those photographs, did you see a picture of a computer, a laptop computer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and was that a gateway computer?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any role in securing that as evidence?
Yes, sir. I collected that from the search warrant.
And from your possession, where was it taken?
It was given to the technical service unit, Joel Wade.
Can I interrupt you just a second? Were there additional photographs that were admitted into evidence along with 6?
Yes, along with 6.
Okay. So the additional photographs, Helen, are they being marked as 25? Okay. I'm sorry. to
That was
interrupt.
fine. I was at the end. Pass the witness.
Arthur, you can step down, free to go.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we take about a 10-minute recess for everybody. Remember, don't discuss the case and don't form or express an opinion.
All right.
right, let's be seated. One jury I had, there was one gentleman on it, and he refused to sit down until I sat down. Everybody else would be sitting down. He said, I'm waiting on you. Thank you all for doing that. You ready to call your next witness?
Yes.
I'm off. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. And you are a forensic scientist supervisor at the Jackson Crime Lab of the TBI. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of education do you have to have that position?
You have to have a bachelor's degree in a natural science or forensic science.
And do you have one of those?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in criminal justice.
Okay. Did you join the TBI out of law school, or excuse me, out of college, or how long have you been with them?
I've been with TBI 9 years. I worked for 6.5 years at the Mississippi Crime Lab doing forensic serology. I worked for 10 years at the Arizona Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Phoenix, Arizona. I worked as part of a specialized program that was sponsored by the FBI, and I did a specialized type of DNA testing there for 10 years, and then I moved to Tennessee, and I've been here 9 years doing serology and DNA.
So I'm not really good at math. What's your total number of years being a DNA specialist, so to speak?
More than 25 years.
Okay. And have you testified in court as to DNA findings previously?
I have.
Do you know about how many times?
Probably all told about 40-ish, and that's in Tennessee and other states.
Okay. And were you accepted as an expert in forensic science?
Yes.
Do you wish to vote aye? All right, Agent Smith, did you have the occasion previously to examine certain items that were sent to you by the Dyer County Sheriff's Office or the TBI in the case of Karen Swift's death?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have your reports with you on those?
I do.
Okay, if you could, now, first, just so we understand, can you just give the jury, and I'm sure most of them have a good idea because of the current state of television, but just a broad overview of what DNA is and when you get an item, how you test it, what you're looking for, and that sort of thing.
Okay. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the building blocks of what makes us who we are. It codes for things such as eye color and hair color. There's a portion of DNA that we can test in forensic testing, which is part of what I do as my job. When an item of evidence first comes to us, we first look to see if there's any blood, semen, and saliva. Those are categorized as serology type tests. We also can swab and test for touch DNA. If we decide at that point we can go further with our testing, that's when DNA comes into the mix. DNA testing can be performed through a series of tests with the ultimate end, if we're successful in obtaining a DNA profile that we can do comparisons to.
Okay, and I noticed in your report there are some exhibits that are labeled buccal swabs. Can you tell the jury what a buccal swab is?
A buccal swab is something that looks like a Q-tip swab that's used to swab the inside of a person's cheeks. That is to obtain DNA. And what I would do with that is take that, run it through the series of DNA tests to obtain a known DNA profile. In order to do a comparison of the DNA that we don't know who the donor is, we need a known DNA profile to run so that we can use that to compare to the question or the unknown DNA profile.
Okay, and in this case, I see there's quite a number of buckle swabs, and were those submitted to you by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know the involvement that person might have in the case. You just know that this is buccal swab from person X. Is that correct?
On the piece of paper that's submitted to us, that kind of line items what's being submitted, it does identify to us to some degree who those people are, like victim, subject, law enforcement. So I do have an idea.
Okay. Let's look at, if you would, your first forensic biology report, which was issued 4/28/20. And for your edification, would you tell me what Exhibit 12A is?
12A is a toothbrush from the bathroom of what I have listed as 65 Willie Johnson Road.
Okay, and was a DNA profile previously obtained for that?
Yes.
Okay. And the next one is from Carol Johnson.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to run down the next ones. You received buccal swabs from Deputy Brandon Alexander, Wyman Brassfield, Bill Bona, Kathy Bona, Defendant David Swift, John Hogshuter, Virgil Wingard, and Alejandro Hernandez.
Correct.
Okay. So those are those all standards that you would have in your system so that if you tested an item and were able to find usable DNA and also put that in your system that they would match somehow, you would get an alert? Or tell us how that works.
So if buccal swabs are tested, they are put through a very similar process that the question or the unknown, where we don't know the donor of the DNA profile. We would do a series of tests in the laboratory to generate a DNA profile from each one of those. Once you do that, then you can do a side-by-side actual visual comparison. So it is a manual comparison that's done by a person like me versus something that's done in a computerized system at that given point to do those comparisons to say, does this person, are they included or do they match that profile?
And so this was your first involvement in the Karen Swift case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so the profiles of from the buccal swabs I mentioned, they were previously obtained or developed by another TBI scientist?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that TBI scientists normally rely on each other? Once a profile is created, it's in your system and you can use it interchangeably?
It can be. I was not at TBI when the buccal swabs were originally tested. When new evidence came in, it came to our Jackson laboratory, and then I kind of stepped in and did the testing from there. I have to look at that point and see if I'm able to develop a profile on the new stuff that I'm testing. Can I use the buccal or the known profiles? And it looked like that I either had the profiles or I had enough of the sample left that I could continue the testing if I needed to at that point.
Okay. Now, going back to that 4/28/20 exam, let's look at Exhibit 63A. It says shoes from a dumpster. Okay. Were you able to obtain any information, relevant information from that?
I did obtain information, and I can provide, well, I tested different areas of the shoes, and each one I have listed as a different, or a DNA result, and I can go through each one if you'd like, or talk about specific ones.
Well, let's just cut to the chase, if you would. Were you able to obtain any identifiable DNA from any of these items?
The one area that I was able to do a comparison to was only of quality enough for me to do exclusionary purposes. So I was able to do a comparison on one area of the shoe, which was the left shoe outside sole heel area. And I was able to exclude the DNA profiles, those known profiles, as being a contributor to the profile that I obtained from that particular area of the left shoe.
And that would include basically everyone you had a profile on, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to your test of July 31st of 2023, that was issued on July 31st, 2023. You had the same, obviously being a couple years later, you had the same profiles in your system. Is that correct?
I still had the same known profiles available for comparison purposes.
Okay, and in this case, you testified a number of items: a comforter from the dumpster, a dumbbell that was from the 65 Willie Johnson Road, a pair of black rubber boots, a pair of polka dot rubber boots, one roll of plastic sheeting from the dumpster, and one black barber-style case. Were you able to test the comforter and determine if there was any evidence?
I did. I tested the comforter for the presence of blood, so that would be characterized as a serology type test, a precursor to DNA. The presumptive chemical testing that I performed on that comforter did not indicate the presence of blood. I also looked at the inside material of the comforter, so I physically cut it open and looked at kind of the stuffing part of it, and visually it did not indicate the presence of blood staining.
Okay, and when you tested the middle of the comforter, did you swab that area? How did you test that?
Are you talking about the stuffing?
65A, I'm sorry, going down one.
Okay, 65A is a dumbbell.
Okay, I'm sorry, excuse me. I thought we were still on the comforter. So that's the middle, when you're talking about middle, that's the middle of the dumbbell where the hands would be.
Correct.
Okay, please continue.
I tested the middle of the dumbbell. I swabbed that area. This is where it would, based on the condition of the dumbbell, I decided to go ahead and swab it and just take it straight to DNA. One of the steps where we determine if there's enough DNA to continue on was inconclusive for the presence of human blood. So basically, human DNA. So that tells me at that point in time, there's not enough DNA for me to continue my test, and I don't do anything further. There was also, I tested each end of the dumbbell separately. One of the ends, I swabbed it in a similar manner that I talked about for the middle, and it was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA as well. And then the other end was also swabbed, and it did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Okay. So let's move on to 66A, which are the black rubber boots that were obtained from the dumpster. Did you find any evidence on those items?
The right boot, I tested the bottom, back half, and top half. What I determined from that is I presumptively tested it for blood, and it was positive. We have another test that we can follow up, and I was not able to perform that test because I didn't have enough sample to do that test and be able to continue on with DNA. So I decided not to do that secondary test and take it straight to DNA at that point. I obtained a limited DNA profile. I was able to tell there was at least one male present, but because it was limited, it was inconclusive to do any kind of comparison. The right front half of the boot, the presumptive chemical testing for blood, it did not indicate the presence of blood, so it was negative. I did not do any testing on the inside of the right boot. For the left boot, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive the secondary test, I was not able to perform to determine if it was human blood because there was not very much sample there, so I saved it to do DNA. And when I did do DNA, a limited DNA profile was obtained, and because it was limited, it was inconclusive to do any kind of comparison. The inside of the left boot, I did not do any testing.
And why did you not examine the insides of the boots? Was that at the request of law enforcement?
Typically, when we test the inside of the boot, it's for the wearer or the person that has worn or owns the boots. And what I tested in this particular case, I focused on the outside of the boot for any any blood that may or may not be there, and possibly any touch or transfer DNA.
Okay, and the last three items on the exhibit list are a pair of polka dot rubber boots, plastic sheeting and a barber-style cape, and no examination was performed on any of those items. Can you tell us why?
I believe, I could check my notes, but my recollection was I talked with the agency and it was determined that I did not need to test those items.
Okay. Now, the last report that you issued in this case, and perhaps the most important for our case, is the panties from Karen Swift's body that were recovered and from the medical examiner's office. Did you do an examination of those items? That item?
I did.
Okay, and tell us what you found on those.
So for the underwear, I tested them for the presence of semen. This was a serology test where presumptively I performed a chemical test and it was negative for the presence of semen. I also presumptively tested them for the presence of blood and it was also negative. I then swabbed certain areas of the underwear for touch DNA, and that included the sides, the front, the crotch, and the back. I swabbed each one of those areas separately and then ran those through DNA to see if there was any DNA present. For the sides, the testing was inconclusive for the presence of male DNA. For the front, there was no male DNA. For the crotch, there was no male DNA. And for the back, there was no male DNA.
When you say that on the sides, it did not meet the detection threshold, can you explain a little bit further on that? What does that mean? There was some male DNA on there, you didn't have enough of it?
One of the tests, our DNA testing, within the DNA testing procedure, one of the tests that we performed tries to determine how much DNA is present. And it helps us downstream to know if we have a lot of DNA, not enough DNA. And what it told us is that it was inconclusive, which means it was a very, very small amount of DNA that we have determined that if it is not enough for us to go forward with it.
Were you able to determine the type of DNA that it was? Like, was it skin material? Was it blood? Was it saliva? Was it semen?
From my testing, it was the underwear and those areas were negative for blood, but we don't have a specific test for touch or skin DNA, so I couldn't say.
Okay. Jim, I'm going to hand you your 3 reports, and I just ask you to review them and make sure they are complete and correct.
Yes.
Would you make those an exhibit to your testimony?
Pardon?
Would you make those an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, I do recognize these 3 forensic biology reports authored by me, each individually dated with the date that they were issued.
Ask the witness.
Do we need to mark it separately, or you
Just a collective is fine, I think.
I believe it's 26.
Judge, I'm waiting.
You need these?
If I could, whenever
Yes,
you're
sir.
ready.
No, go
Yeah.
ahead. I didn't mean to hold you up.
Oh, it's all right. Thank you, sir. Agent, law enforcement determines what to send you based on what they view as relevant to the case.
I would say that they have the option to submit from their case what they choose to.
Right. And so that's what you test.
What is submitted to us is what they are saying line by line that they wish to have tested.
none of these, the testing that you did indicate or implicate David Swift.
I was not able to obtain a DNA profile to do a comparison to that matched or was consistent with David Swift.
And where these items came from, whether they be a dumpster in another state, you're not sure. You're just relying upon law enforcement to send you what they deem important.
Law enforcement did submit items from a dumpster, and if memory serves me correctly, I was aware that they were from a dumpster from another state.
That the public had access to, or do you know?
That I do not know.
Thank you. I'm making you move a lot. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You step down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can we call you next week?
Charles Hart.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, you are Special Agent Charles Hardy,
I am.
and you're with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
I am.
Describe what you do at the Bureau.
I have been employed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation since 2000. For the first 12 years of my time at TBI, I was a DNA casework scientist, and since middle 2012, 2013, I moved into our DNA databasing unit, which is where I've been since. This case was actually one of the last ones that I worked while I was a casework scientist.
Okay. And please describe for the jury your education that preceded your employment with TBI.
I have a bachelor's degree in biochemistry. I got that from Auburn University. I also have 2 years of graduate studies at Vanderbilt University in the pharmacology department. I did not actually finish that degree. I left early to pursue a career in forensic science. But that education actually was geared directly for what I did as a casework DNA analyst.
Okay. And have you testified in court before as a DNA analyst?
I have. I've testified across the state of Tennessee over 70 times.
Okay. And were you declared an expert
Yes.
by the courts in those cases in the field of DNA testing?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Okay. Tender the witness is an expert in forensic biology DNA testing. All right. So I understand that, Agent, you had several occasions to test items in the Karen Swift murder case. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. Let's first turn our attention to your report issued 11/4/2011. Do you have that with you?
I do.
Okay. And would you tell the jury what were you doing there? What were you testing there?
For that report, again dated November the 4th, 2011, there was a 2004 Nissan Murano that was submitted to the laboratory for examination.
Okay. And I see online it says results 01. Numerous stains labeled A to W were noted on the submitted vehicle. Do you know who labeled those stains, A to W?
Those stains were labeled by me. The vehicle was brought to the laboratory, and my supervisor at the time had a conversation with our assistant director to look at the vehicle before it was, I guess, sent to the unit as a whole for testing. I just happened to be the one who got to test it. So as I examined the outside of it, I would just label stains as I went around it.
You said, are you talking about the outside, or is this the interior?
This is the outside.
Okay. And did you in fact test those stains that you labeled?
So as was mentioned, I had stains that were labeled A to W. I did not actually, testing was not conducted on every stain that was on the outside of the vehicle. Anything that had what we call a reddish brown appearance would be labeled. It's sort of a generic red stain. Blood stains can have a reddish brown appearance, so we put a label next to it. I actually tested, sorry, let me back that up again. I actually did test each of those stains with a presumptive color change test for blood. It's something that we call a phenolphthalein test, and for the court reporter, that's PHENOLPHTHALEIN. That test, blood has a property within it that will cause that chemical to turn into a pinkish color in the presence of blood. So all of those stains were actually tested, and they indicated the presence of blood, meaning that that test was positive. But only a small subset of those stains were taken for further testing.
Okay, does phenolphthalein sometimes give false positives?
There can be false positives at times, yes. Okay. It's a very sensitive test.
Okay, so did you start testing a certain number of those?
As I mentioned, those A through W all were tested with the chemicals for a chemical color change test. We have additional tests that we can do to look for stains of human origin, and those require a different test.
Okay, and did you perform that different test on any of the stains?
I did. Only stains B, G, O, S, and T were tested. Those were tested for human origin, and they failed to indicate a stain of human origin. Those were tested separately. I collectively tested 3 additional stains, which I had labeled K, I, and L. Those collectively being tested also failed to indicate human origin.
I know it's been a long time, but do you recall why you selected those 8 stains to test as opposed to the others?
I looked through my notes this morning prior to driving here just so I would be able to refresh my memory why I chose those stains. The stain number B was found on the driver's side door above the handle. Stain G was on the driver's side rear quarter panel near the gas tank. Stain O was the passenger side rear panel above the tail light. Stain S was the rear passenger door above the striping. And stain T was the passenger side door above the handle. So looking at those stains locations and the pictures, I took a sampling around the different locations of the car. And then K, I, and L, the ones I collectively did, one was off the trunk, one was off the bumper, and another was off passenger side high on the rear panel. So if you look at the back of the car, that passenger side quarter panel, it was actually closer to where the trunk lid, the hinge would be, and the top of the window.
So with 8 negative tests, you discontinued further testing?
Yes, after getting negative results on that sampling, I felt that testing, what I could do at the time was adequate. So the report was issued, and should any further testing have been requested, I would have gone back and done that.
Okay, let's move on to your report from 10/23 of 2013. I believe you tested a hammer that was submitted to you.
Sorry, I'm getting all my reports. Yes, it was exhibit number 55-A, listed as a hammer from tool drawer.
And did presumptive tests indicate the presence of blood?
On that one, presumptive tests did not indicate the presence of blood. I indicated in my report that I did take a swabbing from the head and the handle, and those were stored with the evidence, but no further testing was done at that time.
Okay. Now, as I understand, the bulk of your testing was from the inside of the Murano and then other items that were submitted to you.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And your first one is from, well, actually, there's 3 of them, aren't there? But some of them contain information, duplicate information.
Yes, I have 3 reports remaining. The first report is from June the 13th, 2012. I have a report from July 9th, 2012 and October 3rd, 2012. The 2 follow-on reports are when additional standards were submitted to the laboratory. Okay. And I think one of those also had a couple of additional pieces of evidence. Okay, because it looks like at first maybe you had John Hogsshooter and David Swift were the subjects. And then later on you added some other, I think we heard these names before, Alejandro Hernandez, John Hogsshooter, and Swift. And you also added Virgil Wingard. Yes, sir. Those typically the subject names are going to be added by someone in evidence receiving. So they were follow-on individuals added to the report. Okay. So let's go through what you found. Let's focus on the Murano, the items that were found in the Murano, and go from there. I think those are contained in Exhibit 1 and then have subsequent letter numbers with that? Yes. Okay. Can we go first with 1B, which was a pair of sunglasses from the Murano? Excuse me. Yes. Exhibit 101-B is listed as sunglasses from the 2004 Nissan Murano. The results that I had for that indicated that I indicated the nose pads and the arms of the sunglasses were swabbed for DNA testing. I got a positive result for human DNA, and reading from the report, a DNA profile was obtained, which is consistent with a mixture of genetic material from 2 individuals. Major contributor is an unidentified female that I listed as female 1. The minor contributor is consistent with the female profile from exhibit number 12-A, which was a toothbrush from bathroom of 65 Willie Johnson Road. And that in turn matched the partial profile obtained from exhibit 48-A tissue that was taken from Karen Swift. Tissue from Karen Swift, was that obtained from the autopsy of her body? Yes, sir. Okay, and so do you have an interpretation of, in layman's terms, what that means as far as minor and major contributor of the sunglasses? So in layman's terms, on the sunglasses, again, I swabbed the arms and the nose pad. I got a mixture of 2 people on that one. What I call a major contributor was from a female that I don't know who it was. I didn't have a standard to compare it to. And the minor contributor is from essentially Karen Swift. To give you a description of what minor and major means, think of a bowl of M&Ms. Everyone likes M&Ms. Most people do. I like M&Ms. As an Auburn graduate, I like to use the colors orange and blue. Forgive me for that. If you have a bowl of blue M&Ms, that is 1 person. If I take that bowl of M&Ms, let's say it's got 200 M&Ms in it, and I pick up a handful of 50 orange M&Ms and throw it in that same bowl and mix it around some, you can look at that bowl and go, hey, there's 2 colors, but there's a lot more blue than there is orange. The major contributor is the blue. The minor contributor is the orange. So essentially, when I say major and minor, think of that, is that you can easily see there's more of one person's DNA than there is of a second individual.
2 people wore those sunglasses, 1 more than the other one did.
2 people were in contact with that, be it wearing it or handling it with their hands. But yes, 2 people's DNA was on that.
Okay. Let's move on to 1C. This is the single-use toothbrush from the 2004 Murano.
My exhibit number 1C, again, I swabbed that one for DNA. I got a limited amount of DNA off that item, meaning I didn't get a lot of DNA, is what limited means. The results as I read it is a DNA profile was obtained from this exhibit which matches the female profile from exhibit number 12A, toothbrush from the bathroom of 65 Willie Johnson Road, which again matches the tissue sample from Karen Swift. I also stated that an additional allele was noted at a specific locus, which is D5S818, and no further interpretation was conducted. So again, think of that bowl of M&Ms, blue ones, and now one orange M&M just got into that bowl. I can't tell you where that orange one came from. I can just tell you that there's an extra allele. There's an extra tiny piece of DNA that was in that.
Okay. Now let's move on to 1E, which is you swabbed 4 areas of the Nissan Murano: the steering wheel, the gear shift, turn signal, and driver door inside handle. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us what you found on the steering wheel.
On the steering wheel, again, I found human DNA. And to read from the report, a DNA profile was obtained which is consistent with a mixture of genetic material from at least 2 individuals. Major contributor matches the female profile from Exhibit 12A, toothbrush from the bathroom of 65 Willie Johnson Road, which matches the partial profile obtained from Exhibit 48A, tissue from Karen Swift. The minor contributor has visible alleles at a specific locus, and that is at D3S1358, FGA, and the gender marker amylogenin. Based on the limited data available, Exhibit 33A, which is Wyman-Brasfield, is consistent with being a potential source for the partial profile of the minor contributor. And then it gives a statistical statement, which I can read if you want me to.
No, that's okay. Moving on to the gear shift, was it a similar type situation for your analysis of the gear shift?
It is similar. In this case, though, I have, well, actually, let me just read the results. I don't want to speak out of turn. A DNA profile was obtained which is consistent with a mixture of genetic material from at least 3 individuals. None of the following can be excluded as potential contributors to this mixture. And those 3 are Wyman-Brasfield, Exhibit 33A, female profile from Exhibit 1B, the female I labeled female number 1, and then also going back to that female profile from Exhibit 12A, which is linked back to Karen Swift.
Okay. So the female who touched the glasses or wore the glasses along with Karen Swift also touched the gear shift?
Correct.
Okay. And also, there's been testimony that Wyman-Brasfield was a tow truck driver involved in this vehicle. All right, the turn signal and lights, I think, is a little bit different. Can you tell us what you found on the turn signal and lights?
Turn signal and lights, that swab, again, I'll read from the report. A DNA profile was obtained which is consistent with a mixture of genetic material from at least 2 individuals. The major contributor matches the female profile from Exhibit 12A, which is linked back to Karen Swift. The minor contributor, a male, is visible at loci D3S1358 and D8S1179 and is unidentified. This profile does not meet the criteria for submission to the CODIS database for forensic unknown samples. So to explain this one, I got a mixture of 2 people. One, the profile that matches back to what we've used as Karen Swift's standard, and also an unidentified person at 2 locations on the DNA that we test.
Now, you had enough to determine it was male, but not enough to determine who the male was?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you know what kind of material this was on the turn signal that you were testing?
I need to look at my notes. From the pictures in my notes that we took out of the vehicle, it appears to be just sort of a standard plastic cover on the turn signal.
Okay, well, what I was asking you, I'm sorry, I was inartful in asking the question. Was this a saliva, a blood, a tissue sample that you recovered?
So that sample would have been primarily composed of skin cells. So imagine, well, I see a lot of us, you and the jury are like me and have glasses, and how many times we handle our glasses. So anything I swab off the sides here are going to be cells that come from my fingertips. If you have a pocket knife, same thing, a pen. Normally I would have a pen if you use the same, well, you all have a pen. You could swab that pen with a cotton tip swab, and you're going to be collecting mostly skin cells that are coming off of your fingers and are being mixed with the oils from your fingers. So it's not saliva. It's probably not blood. It's just going to be basic skin cells.
Is there any way of telling how long that DNA sample had been on the turn signal?
Not to my knowledge, there's not a way of dating a sample like that, no.
If it's touched, it could be there until something else touches it or something cleans it, something like that?
Right. So that's exactly right. So if someone gets in a car, handles if you have a car that you drive all the time and you're handling all the gear shifts and the knobs and the steering wheel, and no one ever comes in behind you and I swab it, I should find your DNA profile. If you have a son, a daughter, a friend, a husband, a wife, and they get in the car after you and they drive the car, and I go back and I swab it, I would probably expect to find a mixture of you and them, with them being the minor profile. Now, chances are that they're going to knock some of your cells off. Basically, they're going to mask it with their DNA that they're putting over the top of it. But it's not just going to fall off. If you don't touch the car again for a year, keep it in a climate-controlled area, not in the sun and the heat and the humidity of Tennessee outside, in your driveway. You should be able to go back a year from now and still swab it and get a DNA profile.
Okay. Let's move on to 1H and 1I, which are both cell phones which were recovered from the Murano.
Yes, 1H is a Verizon cell phone. 1I is an LG cell phone. And on both of those, I swabbed them both for DNA. 1H, the Verizon cell phone, the ear area and the keyboard were swabbed for DNA. Reading from my report, a partial DNA profile was obtained, which is consistent with a mixture of genetic material from at least 2 individuals. The major contributor is an unidentified female, which I labeled as female 2. The minor contributor is visible at locus D3S1358, and due to insufficient or degraded DNA, no further interpretation was conducted as to the source of that minor contributor. 1I, which is the LG cell phone, the back, sides, and the mat area around the ear speaker were swabbed for DNA analysis. A DNA profile was obtained which matches the female profile, female 1, that was seen in Exhibit 01-B.
Okay, so far we have Karen Swift's DNA in the vehicle. We have female 1 and female 2.
Correct.
We're surprised you to know that Ms. Swift had 2 daughters that standards were not obtained from.
I was actually not aware that she had 2 daughters, but it would make sense.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. So let's move on to 2, 3, or 2A, 3A, and 3B, which is a jacket that is described as coming from Little Levy Road, pants from Little Levy Road, and belt from Little Levy Road. Were you able to find DNA on any of those?
Exhibit 2A, which was the jacket, I swabbed the collar and the wrists of that exhibit, but reading from the report, Tests failed to indicate the presence of human DNA. I attempted to obtain a DNA profile anyway, and no DNA profile was obtained. Exhibit 3A, which was the pants, inside of the waistband, the zipper, and the button were swabbed for DNA. Tests indicated the presence of a limited amount of human DNA. And I obtained a DNA profile from an unidentified female, which I labeled as female 3. I had one locus that was inconclusive due to insufficient or degraded DNA.
Okay, so I'd like to draw your attention to that. So the pants that are described to you as being found from Little Levy Road, this is a new female that you just discovered.
Yes, this is a third unidentified female.
And none of this female's DNA was not found in the Morocco.
No.
Correct? Okay. All right. Let's move on, if you would, to 21A, 22A, 23A, and 24A, which are all either cell phones or parts of cell phones recovered from the area of the defendant and the victim's home. Let's start with 21A, if you will. Did you find anything on that exhibit? First, tell us what it was, and then did you find anything on that exhibit?
21A is listed as a Motorola cell phone battery for Willie Johnson Road extended, EXTD. That was 21A, and the results, I swabbed that item for DNA, and testing indicated the presence of a limited amount of human DNA. However, no DNA profile was obtained due to insufficient or degraded DNA.
Okay.
22A was the cell phone cover from Harness Road. I also swabbed that item for DNA, and I got no DNA profile due to insufficient or degraded DNA. And 23A is listed as a Verizon cell phone from Harness Road. The outside of the phone and the keyboard area of this phone were swabbed for DNA analysis. The outside of the phone got a limited amount of human DNA. Further analysis resulted in a limited DNA profile with alleles visible only at locus D8S1179. And due to insufficient or degraded DNA, no further interpretation of this limited profile was conducted. The keyboard of that phone, again, limited human DNA. However, no DNA profile was obtained from the keyboard of that phone.
And lastly, on 24A.
24A is listed as an iPhone from Harness Road. The outside edges of this exhibit were swabbed for DNA analysis. Testing indicated the presence of a limited amount of human DNA. However, no DNA profile was obtained due to insufficient or degraded DNA.
Do you recall testing that item?
Vaguely.
Okay, do you have your notes on that?
I do. That was 24.
And the reason I'm asking is your description says you only tested the outside edges.
Yes.
Why you didn't test the front screen of an iPhone?
It could be if that item was shared with latent fingerprints, then they would have examined part of it. I'd need to see if I did. Oh, okay. The item as I described it in my notes, the packaging contained one cell phone. The front of the phone was broken and fractured, and the back was missing. The outside of the phone was swabbed for DNA.
Okay, so you were not able to extract any DNA from the shattered face of the phone?
I actually did not swab the fractured face of the phone. I swabbed around the outside of, if this is the cell phone, this whole face was just fractured a lot. So I caught the edges of it that were least fractured, hoping to catch any DNA that might be present. And honestly, if I'd swabbed over all the broken parts of it. I think it would have just torn the swab more than I could have really swabbed things up.
Okay. Thank you. All right, can we move on to Exhibit 29A, which is a swab from the molding in the living dining room entryway of 65 Willie Johnson Road.
As you indicated, my Exhibit 29A was a swab for molding in the living and dining room entryway, and the results were that presumptive tests indicated the presence of blood. Further testing indicated the presence of a limited amount of human DNA, but no DNA profile was obtained due to insufficient or degraded DNA.
Okay. Now, you did perform an examination on item 30A, which was a pillowcase from the upstairs left bedroom. Do you recall why?
Let me consult my notes on that one also. Sorry. I don't have any notes on 30A because I didn't examine 30A. I do not know why I did not examine that.
Okay. Well, there's no evidence to talk about then.
Yes.
On Exhibit 31A, which is a bedpost from the master bedroom at 65 Willie Johnson A, did you examine that?
Yes, the 31A bedpost from the master bedroom. Presumptive tests failed to indicate the presence of blood.
So let's move on, if we could, to 41A and 42A, which were both swabs from the garage floor of the defendant's home, 65 Willie Johnson Road. What did you find there?
41A, presumptive tests indicated the presence of blood. However, further tests failed to indicate the presence of human DNA. An attempt was made to obtain a DNA profile but was unsuccessful. Additional testing was then conducted and failed to indicate a stain of human origin. So I conducted 3 different tests, one for blood, one for human origin, and one for DNA. And of those, only the chemical color change test for blood was positive.
Okay, and did that also, same situation occurred in 42A, the other swab from the garage floor?
That is correct. The results were the same on 42A.
Now, have you ever encountered swabs that were presumptively positive for blood, however you were unable to obtain DNA from them because they had been cleaned in some manner?
In my years of testing, there were more than a couple of occasions where something would test positive for our color change test that we used looking for blood, but nothing else would come up from it. Cleaning an item could be a reason why that could occur. Some cleaners can give you a false positive for phenolphthalein. The stain itself, if it's been cleaned or an area has been cleaned, the color may still be there, but nothing left in the stain may be present.
Have you ever specifically encountered a stain that was cleaned with bleach?
I have had occasion to work crime scenes that have definitely been cleaned with bleach in the past. And yeah, bleach and blood stains don't go together very well.
I was going to ask that. Does that interfere with your ability to obtain DNA from a suspected stain?
Bleach is used in the laboratory to actually clean surfaces of contaminating DNA. So anything that would have been cleaned, if something was cleaned with bleach, I'll phrase it this way, if something had been cleaned with bleach, then that definitely would interfere with any downstream testing.
Okay. Let's move on to item 43A, which are swabs from the bottom side rear passenger of the 2004 Murano. Can you tell us what you found there?
43A, Sorry. I got lost flipping my pages. Swabs from the bottom side of the rear passenger seat of the Murano. Presumptive tests indicate the presence of blood, and further testing indicated the presence of human DNA. A partial DNA profile was obtained with alleles visible at loci D3S1358, VWA, D8S1179, D7S820, TH01, TPOX, CSF1PO, and D16S539. This partial profile is consistent with the female profile, female number 1, which was seen in Exhibit 01B. And can I take this opportunity, every time I've read out a series of letter number combinations, we have specific areas of the DNA that we look at when we try to obtain a DNA profile. And each of those that I read out represents a specific area of the DNA that I'm looking for. At the time of this testing, we looked at 13 areas of the DNA. So each of those areas would have its specific name, such as VWA or D8S1179. So each time I read one of those, that means it's only that specific area that I see something, or I can only get something from those areas. So 1, 2, 3. So in this case, this partial profile was only visible at 8 of the 13 locations.
How many are required to be considered a match or a partial profile?
Well, partial profile is anything less than the full 13. If I have a partial profile that I'm comparing to a known standard, and even if I have, for instance, 8 of the 13 locations to look at, if I have a full standard to compare with, and each of those 8 matches up, then that's enough. I mean, if it's 5 that could be matching up, then it's at least consistent with that it matches that person.
So in this case, we're back to female number 1 who was also touching the glasses and touching the gift ship.
That is correct, yes.
Appears to be her blood.
Yes.
Okay. Well, okay, let's go to 44A. No, let's skip 44A and 45A. Let's go to 47A, which is another swab swabs from the garage floor of Willie Johnson. What did you find in 47A?
For 47A, presumptive tests indicated the presence of blood. However, further tests failed to indicate a stain of human origin. And so my testing would have stopped at that point.
Okay. Am I correct? And that's the end of that report?
That is the only item remaining was just the tissue that was used as a partial standard. So.
Okay, and can I draw your attention to your, hold on 1 second. Okay, 2 more items. Can I draw your attention to your July 9th of 2012 report. Okay, do you have that?
I have that,
okay.
yes.
Now, Exhibit 50A are the fingernail clippings from the victim, which were obtained from the medical examiner's office. Did you perform a test on those?
Yes, those fingernail clippings were tested for both the presence of blood and for human DNA. And to read the results, the nail clippings from both the right and left hands were submitted under this exhibit number and analyzed separately. For both sets of nail clippings, presumptive tests failed to indicate the presence of blood. However, further tests indicated the presence of human DNA. And then on the report, I have a statement that says I attempted DNA at all the locations. And then the results for that are, for both sets of nail clippings, the DNA profile obtained matches the female profile from exhibit number 12A, toothbrush from bathroom of 65 Willie Johnson Road, which matches the partial profile obtained from exhibit 48, tissue from Karen Swift.
So the only DNA associated with the fingernails are the victim herself?
That's correct,
No
yes.
foreign DNA was found.
Only one person. So a bowl of blue M&Ms, and that's it.
Okay. And then the last item I'd like to draw your attention to is in your report of October 3rd, 2012,
Yes.
there was an Exhibit 51A, a small sledgehammer from Harness Road. I think you have to go back a couple pages to get to that. I think it's on page 4 of 5.
Yes, sir, I've got it.
Okay. Could you tell us what your examination of that item was?
So for Exhibit 51A, which is listed as a small sledgehammer from Harness Road, the head and the handle were both examined. The submitted exhibit was soiled over most of the surface of both the head and the handle. The head of this sledgehammer, the visual examination of the head and handle failed to reveal areas of staining, and additional presumptive testing of the head failed to indicate the presence of blood. The handle, from a relatively clean area of the handle, a sample was taken for DNA analysis, and tests indicated the presence of a limited amount of human DNA. Due to insufficient or degraded DNA, a partial DNA profile was obtained, which is consistent with a mixture of genetic material from at least 2 individuals. Exhibit 53A, Virgil Wingard, is inconclusive, while exhibit numbers 32A, Deputy Brandon Alexander, 33A, Wyman Brasfield, 34A, Bill Bona, 35A, Kathy Bona, 36A, David Swift, 37A, John Hogshooter, 54A, Alejandro Hernandez, as well as the female profile from exhibit number 1B, which is listed as female 1, the female profile from exhibit 1H, which is female 2, the female profile from exhibit 3, which is female number 3, female profile from exhibit 45A, which is listed as female 4, and the female profile from exhibit 12A, toothbrush from bathroom of 65 Willie Johnson Road, which matches to Karen Swift, can all be excluded as contributors to this mixture profile.
Okay. All right. I'd like to hand you your reports, if you would, and just make sure that they are correct and complete.
Thank you. Yes, sir. They appear to be there.
Did you make them an exhibit to your testimony, sir?
Sir?
I'd like to move them into evidence. I was asking if you make them an exhibit to your testimony.
To be admitted as Exhibit 27.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Taylor, before you begin, we're going to take a stand up and stick up break.
Well, I want to pass that up.
I used to go to a meeting where they'd say, stretch on your way up and stretch on your way down. How you do that, I don't know, but very carefully, I imagine. All right, we can sit back down. Mr. Taylor can get started.
Yes, sir. Just a little bit longer. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Yes, sir, please.
The car that was processed, a 2004 Nissan Murano, are you saying that it was taken to the TBI lab to be processed?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So it was transported there, and it was brought to your office in Nashville, or?
Yes, sir, it was brought to the Nashville Crime Lab.
And were you I guess you as an agent decide what to test in the car? You thoroughly go through the car, just different areas, and you take the swabs?
Yeah, when an item like that, a car is brought to the lab, typically, depending on what examinations are requested for that, be it microanalysis, latent fingerprints, DNA, we will collectively come together and And in this case, I know, looking back over my notes, I noticed that not only were there multiple units, but I had multiple scientists from my unit with me. We had 2 new scientists in training that also assisted with that. So you are correct. As we examine the item and inventory it and collect samples, we are deciding as we go what we feel will be the best evidence to collect at that time.
So do you look at areas of access that you think will most likely be touched in operation of the vehicle, in the driver's seat and passenger area?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay. And then you have the entire car, and you go through the trunk, you go through the back seat, you look at the tires, you look at different parts of the car, and you determine what's going to be swabbed or tested.
Yes, we aim to look at every part of the car that we can. We also look at what the statement of facts would be in the case that, you know, there may be items of the car that wouldn't necessarily make sense in that scenario. But we definitely we have an extensive inventory that we create from looking through the car before we start collecting anything.
And if there's a suggestion that the car was used to move a body, you would look at areas where that might be possibly located.
Yeah, ideally, again, based on statement of facts in an item, in a case rather, excuse me, we definitely would maybe give closer attention to an area than others. I've had cases where, you know, that's exactly the scenario, is that someone suggested the body was transported in a car, and so we focused a lot on the trunk area at that situation.
Were any samples taken from the trunk area?
Let me look back at the notes. I don't think we did, actually. I don't see anything at the end of the inventory that would. Let me look at our submittal. The car was vacuumed. We collected cell phones. There was a tire that was collected from the vehicle. I do not see on here that any swabs were submitted. I should say that we submitted swabs from the trunk area.
And if you had noticed a stain in the trunk area or the passenger area, would you have, rear passenger seat, would you have done a test, done a swab?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah. But you don't show any record of any of that being found in this car?
I'm not seeing any additional swabbings of that sort that were on that chain of custody, no.
Okay. Was any swabbing done of the tire? Did you remove a tire?
I do not recall us removing the tire. I know I did not test the tire. And I do not have any swabs from the tire.
Were all 4 tires on the car when you examined it?
Yes, all 4. There were 4 tires on the car, yes.
Okay. And was it like, did they bring it into like a garage where you tested it?
We have, we actually have 4 vehicle bays at headquarters lab, so that we're able to examine and inventory vehicles in all weather. So normally what happens is not normally, almost always, a tow truck driver will come in and bring in a vehicle. We'll meet with someone in evidence receiving, and they will, sign off on the chain of custody. That vehicle will then be moved into the vehicle bay so that we can examine it. And I do not recall, and looking at the pictures, I didn't see that vehicle was missing any tires, that all 4 tires were on that vehicle.
Right.
And so the vehicle was moved into the bay?
Yes,
Okay. And you examined whatever you thought was relevant?
that's correct, yes.
This process takes hours or days?
It's definitely hours. Sometimes, since we have it at the lab, we can come and go as we need to. I've had vehicles that have taken us a week to process. I don't think that was the case with this one. We probably got it done within a day.
Okay. Just a couple other things. The prosecutor asked you about bleach and blood, and you indicated that those are no-nos.
Yes, as I mentioned before, that bleach is something that we use when we clean our examination areas. We have a 10% bleach solution that we use first. And we do that because we know that that bleach will degrade any potentially contaminating DNA that may be on the surface. So when I say bleach and blood are no-nos, I know that if you have blood stains and you were to use bleach to try to clean it, that is probably the best. One of the better solutions that you could use to try and degrade DNA. And it's just a really good cleaner.
Let me ask you this. If bleach was used on your counter at the lab to clean off blood or DNA, could it eliminate the presence of blood?
That would be, honestly, that would be the goal.
Yes.
If we had a blood stain on the surface that you're wanting to clean it, we're cleaning the surface before we examine something else. So yes, it would. We would eliminate any stains that we see.
All right. Swabs were examined and you testified about from the garage floor near the right door?
Yes, sir.
And from the bottom side, from the garage floor right of Willie Johnson Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you did indicate that there was a presence of blood, but you said not of human DNA.
Yes. Again, the color change test that we use when we look for blood was positive when I tested those swabs, but there was no human origin.
So are you saying it was possible animal blood?
I am saying that whatever was on those swabs caused the chemicals we use to test for the presence of blood to react positively. It could be blood, it could be something else. I just know that whatever was on that swab reacted positively with the phenolphthalein, but there was no human origin. There's nothing there. Hold just 1 second. I want to make sure I give you the correct wording on this answer. That's a little close. Sorry about that. Presumptive tests indicate presence of blood. However, further tests failed to indicate the presence of human DNA. Yes. So human origin actually and human DNA tests are two separate tests that we can do. In this instance, I did not find anything of human origin or human DNA. But again, whatever was on those swabs caused that chemical color change that we look for when we're testing for blood stains.
Not human.
But the swab came up not human.
What are your counters at the lab made of?
I couldn't tell you exactly what the material is, but it's a really hard type of epoxy. Actually, they just had to replace a lot of the bench tops in the examination area. Over the years, all of the work and the cleaning, it bleached it out from a nice dark deep green to white.
Is it a porous substance or porous material?
Not terribly porous, no. And it's that way so that things don't soak into it.
Okay. And would cleaning your countertop differ from cleaning concrete?
I would probably clean concrete differently than I cleaned that countertop.
Well,
Yes.
is concrete a more porous substance than your countertop?
Oh, yes, definitely.
All right, sir. You can step down. Thank you
All
very
right.
much, sir.
Am I released to go back to Nashville?
Release the witness? Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. I'll stack this up outside.
Today. We have one more witness today. Sure. No. Yay or nay? Okay. You need a break? Do you mind? Okay, we're going to be in recess for 5 or 10 minutes then. All right. Maybe we'll remember between the two of us. All right. All right, let's be seated. You want to call your next witness there?
Yes, sir. Todd Thayer.
Raise your hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You may begin.
You are Todd Thayer.
Yes, sir.
Would you spell your last name, please?
It's Thayer.
All right. And Mr. Thayer, where do you work?
I work for the 29th District Attorney General's office out of Dyer in Lake County.
And as a part of your duties, were you asked to drive the route from 65 Willie Johnson Road, which was Mr. David and Karen Swift's house, to Bledsoe Cemetery on Harness Road in Dyer County?
Yes, I was.
What route did you take to drive that road?
I left the Swift residence and drove down Harness Road till I got to Bledsoe Cemetery. Harness Road runs into Bledsoe Cemetery.
And then did you make the drive back?
Then I made the drive back from Bledsoe Cemetery to Millsfield Highway, which is where Miss Swift's vehicle was found.
Okay. And do you recall how long it took you to drive that route?
Roughly 11 and a half minutes.
Okay. And what rate of speed were you driving?
I don't believe I ever got over 40 miles an hour. It's a country road, so if I remember right, I don't think I ever got over 40.
Okay. And did you record that drive as you took that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you bring that video with you today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I have a copy to play. And if you would, if you can identify if this is the same video.
Okay.
Is it okay if I start the video and let him identify it, and then we can play it afterwards?
Yeah.
Mr. Sayer, do you recognize this video?
Yes, that's the video. I'm sitting in front of the Swift residence, yes, on Willie Johnson Road.
Okay, so is that the driveway of Mr. and Mrs. Swift?
It is, yes.
Okay. And you recorded this drive from the driveway until you completed the route?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to play the video at this time.
Go ahead.
And your beginning time is what?
It is 1:26 p.m. is my beginning time. 1:36 p.m. and it was roughly 30 seconds.
Okay, which road are you on right now?
Right now I'm on Willie Johnson Road, fixing to turn left onto Harness Road. Now I'm on Harness Road.
Okay. And as that video ended, were you just arriving at Bledsoe Cemetery?
I was just arriving at the cemetery, and the camera I used cuts off after 5 minutes and then starts a new file.
Okay. Is this the second part of that same video?
This is the second part of the same video, yes.
Okay. There's a gravel road here. What is that?
That leads to the cemetery.
Okay. I'm going to stop it here. Is the cemetery straight ahead or to the left?
It's straight ahead.
Okay. And the little road there to your left, where does that go?
It goes towards the cross.
And is that the area in which Miss Karen Swift's body was located?
Yes, it is.
And is that the cemetery there on the right?
Yes, it is.
And now as you're backing up here, where are you backing up?
I'm backing up the road that goes to where Miss Swift was found.
Okay, so you backed up into that side road, and you said that road goes all the way across to the cross?
Yes.
Okay, and the body was located within how far from that area?
From where I'm at right now, not far. From where my vehicle is.
And I don't know if you can see my pointer there. What is that right there that I'm pointing at? The tall thing.
I can't tell if that's the cross or not.
There?
Yes, is that the cross? I can't.
The cross? Now where are you going?
I'm headed back to drive past the Swift residence and go to Millsfield Highway.
Was that the end of the second part of the video?
Yes, it was.
Or was there a third video to this drive?
Yes, there is.
Where are you now?
Right now, I'm at the corner of Harness Road, and the road to the right is Willie Johnson Road, which is where the Swifts lived at that time.
Okay, and when you make this left, where is that going to go?
In fact, if I stay on Harness Road to the left, it's going to take me to Millsfield Highway.
And is that where the car was located?
Yes.
Where are you now?
Harness Road and Millsfield Highway at the stop sign.
Okay. And are you going to put, what direction are you going to put your car in?
I'm going to face it, I guess it's going to be north maybe, I'm not sure. I'm going to face it just how her car was found. I'm going to pull over to the side of the road and face the opposite direction.
And is that the same position in the same direction Karen Swift's car was found?
Yes, it is.
Did you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
That's going to be receipt 28.
Are you aware of the fact that there was a ping originally, I guess, discovered near the Mississippi River when this case first initiated?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where that ping was?
It was in the area of Little Levee Road.
Okay. And did you have the exact coordinates of that ping?
Yes, we had the exact GPS coordinates.
I'm going to hand you this document, ask if you can recognize that. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you tell me what that is?
This is when you punch in the GPS coordinates in Google Maps, then it drops a pin where those GPS coordinates show up at.
And where did that come from?
From my computer. I did it in the office.
Okay, is that the same document that you have there in your hand?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. And there are a bunch of numbers there at the bottom. What are those?
The ones I've got highlighted in the orange is the exact GPS coordinates. And if you look, you'll see where it pinged at, the red dot in the map itself, right next to the river.
Okay. Is this near the Swift home?
It is approximately, it's not near, but it's close. It's a 21-minute drive.
Okay.
Correction, it's the 42-minute drive.
Round trip.
Round trip, yes,
Okay.
round trip.
Okay. Are there more than one way to get to to that ping area on Little Levy Road?
Yes, when I put in the coordinates and hit basically give me directions, it gave me three options on how to drive, which direction to go. It gave me three different options.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony, please?
Yes.
I'm going to ask if you can identify this next document.
This is one of the three options that it gave me from the Swift residence to the GPS coordinates, and this is the route I took.
Okay, and I'm going to put that on the screen. If you would tell me if this is the same document that you have there.
Yes, it is.
Okay. How many miles was it from the Swift residence to the ping on Little Levy Road with this route?
16.3 miles.
Okay. And what was the length of time that it would take to get to that area?
One way, 21 minutes and 10 seconds.
And did you actually drive that from the Swift home and to that one?
Yes, I did.
Was that the shortest of the three routes?
In my opinion, yes, it is. This is the most direct route, the route I took.
And it was a 42-minute round-trip drive?
Round trip, yes.
Okay. Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
Jim. Can you tell me what that document is?
This is one of the other routes that Google Maps gave you an option to take.
Okay, and on that route, how many miles is it?
It's 19.3 miles on this particular route.
And is the map that I have on the screen the same one that you have there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was the travel distance or time for that one?
25 minutes for this route.
Okay. So it would be what would the total route be for that?
50 minutes total.
50 minutes round trip?
50 minutes round trip, yes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony?
Yes.
And one more. You said you had, I'm sorry.
Number 31.
Yes, sir. You said there were three different routes. Is that correct?
Yes. This is a map of the third route that it gave me.
And is the map on the screen the same as the one that you have in your hand?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what was the distance if you took that third route?
19.3 miles and 22 minutes.
Okay. So round trip?
Round trip, 44 minutes.
Would you make that an exhibit to your testimony also?
Yes.
And when you took that...
Excuse me, that'd be 32.
Yes, sir. And when you took the shortest route, and tell me again, how long did you say it took for that one?
Round trip was 42 minutes.
Okay. What speed did you drive?
I actually kept track of what I drove approximately on each, as I made each turn. Starting at Millsfield Highway at Harness Road to Highway 78, 40 miles an hour and under. When I turned on to Highway 78 and drove to Highway 103, 60 miles an hour and under. Highway 103 to Great River Road, 55 miles an hour and under. Great River Road to Little Levy Road, 65 miles and under. And then arrived at my destination.
All right. Thank you.
All right. You step down, sir. Any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
Well, we made it to Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we're not going to have court tomorrow on Saturday and certainly not on Sunday. We would like to begin Monday at 8 a.m., so we'll need you to report here at 7:45 by 7:45, and I need all 15 of you here at 7:45 so that ready to go. I hope that you have a really, really good weekend. And let's talk for just a second again about the conditions and obligations I've asked you to serve on. Don't discuss this case either with each other over the weekend or with anybody else. I'm not naive enough to think that your families and your close friends are not very anxious to know about your service. But if you will do so, tell them talking about the trial or listening about the trial is going to get you in trouble and could jeopardize the integrity of the trial. So please don't do it. Tell them that you'll write them a book when we get done with this, but you don't want to do that. Don't speak with any of the attorneys, the defendant, any family members of either any of the parties, any person who is or claims to be a reporter or media person. You may not give an interview to any person for any reason under any condition, including being an unnamed source or a promise not to publish the interview or information until after the trial. That is absolute no-no. Don't form or express any opinion about the case at this time. And again, as you know, there are multiple reports and information out there about the case, as well as the archived streaming. Do not read, do not listen to, do not watch any news reports, social media posts, podcasts, or any information about the trial whatsoever. Do not post anything or permit anyone to post anything for you on any social media site or internet site about this trial or about your service as a juror. Also, extremely important, don't do any research. Don't try to visit anywhere that's been talked about and that you've seen on these videos, and don't try to do any research on your computer or your telephone. If anybody approaches you and asks you anything about the case or offers their opinion about the trial, tell them you can't talk to them. Now, you've had on jury badges during the day. When you leave this afternoon, I assume they're left here. They're going to be left on the table, and so somebody may ask you something and may not know you are a juror. I doubt it. I mean, I doubt they don't know, but you won't have your jury badge on. Simply say, I'm a juror in the case, and I can't talk about the case at all. I hope you have a good weekend. I look forward to seeing you on Monday morning, and we'll keep moving. Okay? All right. Anything before let the jury go for the weekend?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Very good. All right, then.
All right.
We'll stay in the courtroom till the jury gets out. Everybody.